Go on the video. Dr. Bohan? Dr. Bohan?
Hi, Doctor. Hi, Prof.
Okay, morning. Can you enlarge my screen, see whether everything is all right?
I'm sorry.
Can I join the
Can you repeat?
meeting and then you see whether the screen is well presented?
Oh, you mean you want to share your slide?
Yeah. Just share quickly, see.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, please, Prof. Yeah.
Okay. Share. You just give me a feedback. Oh no. Can you? I cannot share because I don't have anything. Can you see my screen if I speak?
Not yet. We cannot see the slide yet.
No. I don't have a slide, but on my screen. Can you see my video?
Yes. We can see you
The background?
with the beautiful background.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you. So Dr.
Right.
Joniston's speech, who is taking care of?
I have the speech, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's with me. Yeah.
okay, good. And then the screen, the wording, everything, is it in the center? See my video?
Yeah. Yes, Prof.
The backdrop,
Very clear.
the logo, the wording, is it?
Yes.
Can see it, right?
Yeah, we can see the backdrop.
Okay, good. This morning, when do you want to take a group photo? You have to announce it, and then
that one will be announced by Dr. Oscar.
yeah, you remind Dr. Oscar that second day we are more on discussion and presentation and discussion.
Yeah. He is actually sitting next to me, so yeah, I will tell him later.
Yeah, I'm so sorry because I Malaysia Airlines changed my flight time so many times. At the end, I cannot fly back, so I have to use one of the hotel's facility to do the presentation.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
it's so bad. So no choice. If I fly, the connecting flight no good, and then I may not be able to catch up the timing of of this conference. Yeah. So thank you so much. So okay, we will start at 9, right?
Yes, Prof. We start at 9.
Okay, thank you. So I will off my video now.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is well. We'll start the regional conference of tourism in less than 10 minutes at 9 o'clock. So I hope everyone's ready with the conference, yeah? All right, so I'll see you guys again at 9. Thank you. All right. A very good morning, selamat pagi, and kopi vosian. Welcome everyone to the Regional Tourism Conference 2021. I hope everyone's well, is doing well. All right. Yang berhormat Datuk Joniston Bangkuai, Assistant Minister of Tourism, Culture and Environment Sabah, and the Chairman of Sabah Tourism Board. Yang berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Haji Kasim Hj.Md.Mansur, Professor and the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah. Yang berusaha Professor Dr. Jennifer Chan Kim Lian, the Conference Chair, Professor and Director of the Borneo Tourism Research Centre, University Malaysia Sabah. Yang berusaha Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur, the keynote speaker of this conference and the executive board member of the Asian Ecotourism Network, distinguished guests and invited speakers of the conference, industry partners, conference participants, organizing committee members, university, faculty members, and fellow students. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all participants and attendees to the Regional Tourism Conference 2021 with the theme Revitalizing the Tourism Industry and Businesses in the New Normal, Transforming the Face of Tourism, Adapting and Reflecting on Resilience. This conference, for everyone's information, is an initiative and organized by the Borneo Tourism Research Centre, BTRC, of the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah. So guys, before we start, I would like to remind our participants and attendees on several important issues. The first one, to everyone, okay, we'd like you guys to mute your microphone during presentations by our respective speakers, and this is to avoid unnecessary echoes. And if you have any questions or you need clarifications from our speakers about their presentation, about their topic, feel free to write these questions in the chat room, okay? Or in the Facebook Live. Oh, we have Facebook as well. I'll announce that later. Okay, and if time permits, we will deliver the questions to our respective speakers for their response after their presentation. And as I mentioned earlier, this seminar is also being streamed online in Facebook. So please search for the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, or FBEA or FPEP Facebook account. Yeah, and then you can watch us through Facebook Live too. And also on behalf of the organizing committee, as well as on behalf of the faculty, we encourage everyone to share this Facebook live streaming with your colleagues, your friends, as well as your industry partners. And we thank you for that. So first and foremost, to open this seminar, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Jennifer Chan, the conference chair and the director of BTRC-UMS, for the welcoming remarks. Professor Dr. Jennifer Chan, please. Yeah. Prof? Prof, I think you're muted, Prof.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oscar, our MC for the conference today. Our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Joniston Bangkuai, Assistant Minister of Tourism, Culture and Environment, Sabah, and Chairman of Sabah Tourism Board. Distinguished speaker, Dr. Gantemur from Mongolia, Vice Chair and Executive Board Member of Asian Ecotourism Network, Yang Bahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liam, President of Malaysia Association of Travel and Tour Agency, Madam Norida Othman, Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Tourism Board, Mr. Alex Koksing, President of Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operator Association, Mr. Albert Teo, Managing Director of Borneo Ecotourism and Suka Rainforest Lodge, Ms. Fiona Hagen, General Manager of Shangri-La Rosaria Resort, Mr. Joniston Bangkuai, President of Sabah Homestay Association, Professor Dr. Ahmad Fuad, Dean of Postgraduate Center, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Yang Berhormat Professor Dr. Haji Kasim Mansur, respective tourism player, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Sabah Tourism Board, Tourism Association members, fellow academicians and students from international and local university, fellow faculty members, UMS colleagues, student, audience, and participants wherever you are. Salam sejahtera, salam hormat, and very good morning. It is with great pleasure and grateful heart I welcome everyone to this distinctive and meaningful regional tourism conference and workshop, Revitalizing the Tourism Industry and Businesses in the New Normal, Transforming the Face of Tourism, Adapting and Reflecting on Resilient Post-COVID-19, Charting the Future of Tourism, Education and Research Agenda. The title of this conference reflects the needs and relevancy to tourism industry and business in post-COVID pandemic. I'm indeed very happy to note that we have about 482 participants registered from both industry and higher learning institutions. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Joniston, who is here this morning for the opening of this conference. I'm very
Prof. Sorry, Prof.
agents.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Just now you are stuck. I think it's your line, but it's okay now. Yeah, we can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
apologize. Yeah. And Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operator Association. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the supporters of this conference, and Borneo Tourism Research Centre is indeed very honored and grateful to all the supporters. Indeed, this is an excellent opportunity for the center to collaborate with industry players and association. Thank you for being great partners to make this conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, the tourism industry is an important economic activity in many countries as it is a tool for development and generating economic benefits. However, the nature of tourism is fragile, dynamic, extremely sensitive to changes in the economy and environment that affect human safety, health, and security, thus affecting the tourism business performance at respective destination. Today, tourism destinations face a wide range of crises and disasters that have significant impact on inbound and outbound tourism. However, tourism can also be an agent in post-crisis or disaster recovery with relevant risk reduction strategy. In fact, safety and security in tourism industry has been identified as one of the forces causing changes in the tourism sector. The outbreak of COVID-19 has restricted mobility, created feeling of unsafe, fear of contagious, and unwillingness to travel, thus have profound consequences for the tourism industry. Tourism business was significantly impacted by the COVID-19 due to the drop of tourist arrival. Other impacts include losses of revenue, changes of business operating hours, temporary and permanent closure. We need new marketing strategy to focus on product, pricing, embracing digitalization to stimulate local demand to revitalize the travel and tourism industry. New approaches in managing and marketing tourism destination, along with destination resilience framework to enhance the sustainability of the destination. Tourism is Sabah's third largest economic sector in terms of revenue and employment, behind oil and gas, production, and agriculture. It is an important income generating sector that supports more than 80,000 jobs, and in 2018, tourism employed about 23% of the labor force, generated over RM8 millions. The pandemic has created critical scenarios, namely uncertainty, crisis, resilience, and each scenario brought various negative impacts, essential measures, and changes in economy and business sector in different magnitudes. It is expected that travel behavior, travel trend post-COVID will be significantly different than before. Hence, changes in the travel and tourism are inevitable, and these changes will be new normal and new business changes for the industry player. The unknown duration of the pandemic and potential global economic recession has become major changes faced by tourism cities worldwide. Malaysia is no exception. It is sternly affected by the pandemic, as evidenced from the current changes in business operation practices and consumer reaction. The outbreak of COVID-19, travel ban, and MCO have severely jeopardized the major subsector of the tourism, including transportation, accommodation, food and beverage, retail outlets, tour operator, and entertainment services. Evidently, it has shaped and changed tourism business landscape and consumer behavior severely. Business as usual is no longer relevant in the post-COVID period. Existing knowledge, associated skills, research avenue direction, and approaches may not relevant in the new normal. We must therefore ensure the relevant knowledge skills are transferred to our students, the future human capital. Rethink and establish new research paths and innovation methods to discover and develop essential knowledge that is relevant to the tourism industry. We need contextual information and relevant information that allow us as tourism stakeholders to rethink, reshape, revitalize our tourism industry and to be resilient in managing tourism destination. As a result, empirical data to provide an informed understanding of COVID-19 phenomena in the tourism industry and business is vital. These include relevance, action taken, and perspective from tourism service providers, research results, and feedback from researchers. Impact on destination management and marketing are key. Hence, this regional tourism conference is timely. A unique conference brings together the important tourism industry practitioners and academicians to address important underlying contextual issues by the tourism industry and the way moving forward for tourism business. These include our changing perspective of change, adjusting to new normal, resilient thinking, adaptability, transformability, and substanting tourism business through resilient thinking and crisis. The change of tourism curriculum in the new normal and resetting new research agenda for tourism and hospitality business. This conference and workshop provide an excellent and valuable learning opportunity for all of us here. and very significant and meaningful in this pandemic context. The first day of conference addresses the diverse issue, challenges, reflection on the tourism industry and business from our prominent tourism players' perspective. Day two will be devoted to the presentation and discussion of changes to the tourism curriculum and resetting research agenda. These 2 days are crucial in the context of revitalizing the tourism industry and the development of human capital in the new normal. I regard this as an important platform to share and discuss the key issues, challenges, and opportunity to revive the tourism industry. I highly recommend you to join the entire conference to gain a more holistic understanding of tourism in the new normal. And I encourage everyone to participate and have dynamic interaction discussion during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about Borneo Tourism Research Centre of Faculty of Business and Economic Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah. One of the UMS research centers is spearheading tourism and social innovation. Its mission is to research, initiate, develop, and support increased knowledge development and professionalism within the tourism field. Center has 7 sub-cluster of research, which include sustainable ecotourism, destination planning and development, rural and responsible tourism, ecotourism and community participation, culture and heritage tourism, nature-based and protected area, tourism and hospitality, human capital development, sustainable Kinabalu geopark development. The center also has 2 index journals, namely BIM-Yaga Journal for Sustainable Tourism Development, Journal of BIM-Yaga Regional Development. The center also collaborates with industry players, experts, and tourism association, networking and linkages with tourism organization, conducting relevant training, workshops, seminar, and providing consultation and advice. Finally, my special thanks to our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Joniston, for taking off your valuable times to be here with us. Once again, all the prominent speakers, my heartfelt thanks for your valuable inputs and sharing. I would like to record my deepest appreciation to all participants who are here to support and acknowledge the importance of this conference. Your participation and input will bring about positive outcomes that will benefit the tourism industry. Likewise, this conference would not have been possible without the support from the faculty dean and dedicated and committed organizing committee members who has contributed their valuable times, support, and assistance to ensure the success of the conference. A big thanks to everyone from the bottom of my heart. Last but not least, I wish everyone fruitful learning and discussion and the success conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Jennifer, for the warm welcoming remarks. So without further ado, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Datuk Joniston Bangkuai, the Assistant Minister of Tourism, Culture and Environment, Sabah, and the Chairman of the Sabah Tourism Board, to officially open and inaugurate the Regional Tourism Conference 2021 with the theme Revitalizing the Tourism Industry and Businesses in the New Normal, Transforming the Face of Tourism, Adapting and Reflecting on Resilience. The Honorable Datuk Joniston Bangkuai, please.
Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur, Executive Board Member Asian Ecotourism Network. Yang berbahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liang, President of Malaysia Travel and Tour Agencies. Puan Noreda Osman, Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Tourism Board. Mr. Joniston Bangkuai, President of Sabah Homestay Association. Mr. Alex E. Koksen, President of Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operators Association. Mr. Albert Teo, Managing Director of Borneo Ecotourism and Sukau Rainforest Lodge. Madam Fiona Hagen, General Manager of Shangri-La Razaria Resort. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ahmad Puad Matsom, Dean of Postgraduate Center, University Sultan Zainal Abidin. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Jennifer Chan Kim Lian, Director of Borneo Tourism Research Centre, University Malaysia Sabah. Distinguished guests, participants from Malaysia, Taiwan, Mongolia, Japan, India, Vietnam, Myanmar. Tourism industry players, lecturers, researchers, and students, ladies and gentlemen. Kopi Senangan and a very good morning to all webinar participants and speakers. The tourism industry is an important component of economic development in many countries, including Malaysia. It is a tool to generate economic benefits. The nature of tourism is fragile, dynamic, and extremely sensitive to the changes in the economy and environment, as well as changes that affect human safety, health, and security, thus affecting tourism businesses' performance in the respective destination. This is especially so for health-related safety and security issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are aware how the COVID-19 pandemic, which started some 20 months ago, has severely hurt the tourism and hospitality industry worldwide, including Malaysia. Although we have gone through several waves with strict measures implemented, the tourism industry is full of uncertainties. The unknown duration of the pandemic and travel restrictions and potential global economic recession have become major challenges faced by tourism cities worldwide. The pandemic has created critical scenarios, namely uncertainties, crises, and resilience. Rest assured, the government will continue to formulate and put in place the best practical action plans for the country and the state. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented many challenges to tourism businesses and destinations. Even those with thoughtful and comprehensive crisis management plans likely have struggled to navigate this difficult period. Therefore, it is critical to gain an insightful understanding of the current state and the way forward from multi-key stakeholders. In Sabah, the state government is working closely with Captain of Industry to come up with the best solution for our tourism community. Following the recent opening of inter-district travel, I have received feedback that resorts and hotels, as well as places of interest in the rural areas, are once again receiving guests and visitors. I am confident that with strict compliance of SOPs as outlined by the authorities, it is just a matter of time that the tourism industry will be in a strong footing to rise again. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Borneo Tourism Research Centre, BTRC, of Faculty of Businesses, Economics and Accountancy through University Malaysia Sabah, UMS, with the support from Malaysian Association of Tour and Travel Agents, MATTA, Sabah Tourism Board, Asian Ecotourism Network, and Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operators Association, KITA, of your initiative and collaboration to put together the relevant speakers to share and discuss on various issues, strategies, and challenges faced by the tourism industry in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Lastly, I would like to thank the speakers, organizers, and the supporting organizations for organizing this very important conference together. I wish everyone a fruitful conference and do stay safe. Thank you very much. Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur, Executive.
Thank you so much, Yang Berhormat Datuk Joniston Bangkuai, the Assistant Minister of Tourism, Culture and Environment, Sabah, and the Chairman of Sabah Tourism Board for officiating this conference. We appreciate your time that you have given us this morning despite your busy schedule. Now it's the photo session. Okay, I would like to ask all participants and attendees to turn on their camera for the photo session. Let's turn on our camera. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, let's wait for everyone to turn on their camera, and also the secretariat will take our photo, our group photo. This is a group photo in the new normal, yeah? In the past, we may meet face to face, but now we are meeting online. So yeah, so please turn on your camera and smile. Okay, one more time. Okay, yeah, there are still several participants. Okay, who did not turn on their camera. Okay, please turn on your camera and smile to the camera and say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Yeah. Now it's the video presentation. The video presentation title is Enchanting Sabah, a promotional video by the Sabah Tourism Board. enchanting Borneo. Yeah, so we wish to welcome everyone, okay, from Peninsula, from Sarawak, and also our friends from overseas to Sabah, Borneo, Malaysia, okay, once this COVID subside and also once the international borders open, to visit our state and also to visit our university and the Borneo Tourism Research Centre here in UMS. Thank you, Sabah Tourism, for providing us with the promotional video. For the next session, it will be a keynote speech by our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur. Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur is the Vice Chair and Executive Board of the Asia Pacific Ecotourism Network. Dr. Damba holds a Doctor of Science from the Mongolian Academy of Science and a PhD from World Leisure Center. He is also a graduate from the Wageningen University, the Netherlands, with a Masters of Science in Tourism and Sustainable Development. Besides being the Vice Chair and Executive Board of the Asia Pacific Ecotourism Network, he is also the present Chairman of the Mongolian Philosophy Society, independent board member of MIAT Mongolian Airline, and the President of Mongolian Tourism Federation, to name a few. And for this conference, Dr. Damba will be delivering a keynote speech entitled The Outlook of Ecotourism in Asia Countries, Issues and Changes. So without further ado, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur, to deliver the keynote speech.
Hello.
Yep. Good morning, Doctor. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yes. The floor is yours.
Morning, Dr. Bangkuai, Professor Jennifer Chan, and my friend Mr. Albert here, and all of ecotourism friends. Very good morning for all of you. I'm very happy and great honor to share with all of you some sort of the issue outlook in terms of the ecotourism development in Asian countries and what we have facing and changing. I'm not sure, my presentation, is it sharing?
Not yet.
Sorry, should I share the presentation or?
Yes, Doctor, do you want to share your presentation or do you want us to assist you with your presentation slides?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. It is now, yeah. We can see it, yeah.
Okay, sorry, some technical. So again, highly appreciate this great opportunity to meet with all of you. And my main aim of the presentation would like to discuss with you about the general overview of the ecotourism in Asia, especially. Of course, we all know the Asia covers the very wide landscape, diversified natural cultural heritage, and
Doctor,
ways of.
sorry, Dr. Gana. Yeah,
Hello?
just a request. Can you put your slide as a slideshow? So that,
Slideshow.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the one at the bottom. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Right, nice, Doctor. Yeah, you can continue, Doctor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And well, Asia is quite a big and variety. So every country has its own specific issues and every cases. That's why it's a quite challenging to make some generalization. However, I try to make some issues in general in the Asian countries summarize it, especially our Asian Ecotourism Network has been concerned issues should be introduced. And I'm from Mongolia. That's why I would like to get some practical experience from my country. But finally, COVID-19 pandemic impact on the tourism sector, especially ecotourism development, what should be addressed or what is waiting for change. And once again, my sincere thanks for all webinar organizing committee, especially Professor Jennifer Chang, and all of my EN friends. And I would like to take this opportunity to say my thanks to Masaru-san, Albert, Professor Allen, etc. All we know that ecotourism in Asia, when we talk about this topic, it's one of the largest contents and covers almost 30% of the earth, and 4.5 billion people by 2019 are living in the continent. Around 50 countries belong to the area. So that's why how we can able to view the ecotourism is quite also challenging in terms of theoretically and practically. I would like to say that when we outline some theoretical papers, the view of the ecotourism can be perceived by different kind of culture, sometimes between the East and West, religious influence, I would say. And therefore, the view of the ecotourism sometimes are debatable. However, as we, AAN, following by the definition of TIAS, the International Ecotourism Society, the main definition, which we can able to say at least 4 main criteria, which is it is responsible travel on the natural areas, and it should conserve the environment. It should sustain well-being of the local people, and education and interpretation must be involved within this tourism development. So in overall, I would say that it's all about people. It's all about people-to-people connection. However, Asia is a land of ecotourism destination, and before the pandemic impact, around, if we can see the statistic, around 60 to 8% of the European tourists, let's say 145 million people travel, excluding Russia, to the Asia, Southeast Asian countries. So around 7-8% goes to the Asia. And even also Chinese, I can see there's some examples, 21% or 10%, 21% of the Chinese outbound travelers, 10% of the Singaporeans, or 7-8% from South Koreans are traveling to within the Asian countries. Let's call it regional tourists outbound. But the demand is diversifying year by year, and ecotourism could be seen as a niche market, which requires the high spend of participants and significant role for regional development. If you could see the booking.com, and at least the almost 3/4 of the global travelers intended to stay at least once during their or his holiday in an eco-friendly or green accommodation. That's the way of tendency. However, I would also like to put here some of the statistics by AMR, Allied Market Research. And of course, they probably estimate not so much impact of the COVID, But however, the growth of the ecotourism interest by the general demand is around 2 or 2.5% according to them every year. But it's a not only issue of what is the ecotourism, but what can be included in the common principles to the ecotourism. As we stated in the definition before, that it should be included at least 4 main criteria. But in detailed way, we can say here some of the main criteria or principles to define what can be, we say, ecotourism. And it is in the end unites the conservation communities and sustainability. And people, especially local people, centralize it. And I would say this is the people and surrounded system. Few challenging issues of ecotourism in Asian countries, especially according to some of the research, the balancing between 3 main criteria. In the short term, to providing economic benefit and conserving environment for the long term and maintaining well-being local people. These are the 3 key elements of the ecotourism, but to providing balancing between satisfaction and conservation of this one hand financial and economic needs, and on the other hand the conservation of the environment while providing satisfaction of the well-being local people is quite challenging. This is the, in generally, I would say, main issue of the ecotourism development. But based on some previous researchers' study, especially some issues in ASEAN countries, and namely ecotourism and community empowerment, especially indigenous community empowerment. How the role of ecotourism to empower the local community unity. The second issue, of course, ecotourism and poverty elevation. And I would say third is ecotourism based practices. What is the criteria of the best practices? Finally, a certification issue, which is related with monitoring and management of the ecotourism. Community empowerment and ecotourism is one of the key topics, not only in Asia, and generally in the world, but the main issue, as we discussed early, Asia has a many different variety and rich culture of the communities. So how ecotourism able to fit and match with the community well-being and interest? Who and how define this, from what interest is the main key question, of course. Therefore, engaging communities, especially including women-centered, women self-help groups, or young people, young groups, to promote local experience to domestic and international tourists. Secondly, of course, the conserving landscape while providing livelihood opportunities to the people. How we can able to promote and maintain the preserving fragile ecosystem, and together with giving opportunity, let local people able to use and provide their own livelihood. Especially nowadays during the pandemic, the role of domestic tourism is increasing. So domestic tourism or domestic tourists, their role into the community empowerment, appreciation into the communities, and collaboration with the community groups are one of the issues within that. Therefore, the management model and vehicle, collaboration issues, employment to the local people, of course, the decision-making process by the communities is all of them are in related issues of the community empowerment and ecosystem, ecotourism. When we talk about community empowerment and ecotourism, or indigenous population and ecotourism, we usually think about the economic linkage and leakage of tourism industry into the communities. Basically, this is the tourism economic impact. Economic, I would say economic and social impact. How we can able to balance in between that. And we can able to say different kind of examples from different corner of the Asian continent. This is the involvement of indigenous peoples into the addressing name of ecotourism. This is our main issue today is ecotourism cannot able to be defined by the way of only participation of the local people. This is the not enough, but how local people able to get benefit in more sustainable linkage and leakage within the value chain. So, for example, in Indonesia, Mentawai people, local indigenous people, only received 9% of the whole sales price that tourists paid, and while others are hands in between middlemen. So when we talk about indigenous empowerment, we usually talk about kind of the middle intermediaries or in middlemen. Where is the main percentage of the income by the tourist paid goes to, and what is the role of that? So in that case, in terms of the social cultural, probably anthropological point of view, what is the role of local people into the ecotourism? Local people is not be only in a kind of attraction or product, but better let local people can be as a main participants key role in to do that. But that's why ecotourism is in the line of with other alternative names of the tourism developments, such as community-based tourism or responsible tourism, etc. But however, the economic linkage and leakage is the key in order to empowering the indigenous population. And we can able to say a lot of successful examples based on them, of course, Malaysia, Sabah, Kinabalu Park, what we all successfully heard about the famous examples on the UNESCO World Heritage. The Asian Ecotourism Network has also do a lot of activities. For example, when 2019, we have the organized the Taiwan Ecotourism Conference together with Taiwanese Ecotourism Society, which directed to preservation of the natural environment and indigenous community collaboration. It was the conference which aimed to how the role of the ecotourism impacts in the indigenous community empowerment in various ways. And also, EN has organized in Alishan in China, an Alishan Declaration on Indigenous People. So that was the recognized that all rights of the indigenous people. So in the declaration, we have said about what can be defined, what are the criteria, what are the main rights of the indigenous people, and have to respect the choice of the indigenous or local people to live with the practice of ecotourism without any negative impacts relation with land and natural environment. That was one of the main activities which was done by Asian Ecotourism Network. Ecotourism and poverty alleviation is one of the another important contents of the ecotourism challenging issues in the continent and in the globally. When we talk about poverty alleviation, we usually take example of the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals. However, we can take a lot of examples that ecotourism contributes significant role on the countries where most of the local people live within their poor condition. I can take the UNWTO examples saying that 80% of the world's poor ecotourism contributes into the 80% of the world's poor countries. 7 of the countries are in the Asia: China, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Nepal, Pakistan, and the Philippines. And we can take a lot of many examples in the how tourism can be as a major source of their livelihoods in the Mekong region, in the Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and other countries. The contribution of tourism earnings in Nepal's GDP and contribution to the poverty alleviation in Nepal has also many examples. So that we can also say during the pandemic, many examples how the tourism, especially ecotourism, can contribute world, many national park and wildlife parks for their budget and conservation. Another important agenda should be ecotourism and climate change. Climate change issue is one of the global main topics for the globalization, and ecotourism development must be also discuss about these issues. And in the end, it is dynamism of climate change and seasonality which affect tourism seasonally. This is the effective strategies to climate and seasonal adaptation that benefit local people, visitors, and industry all together. I can take many examples, but again, Asian Ecotourism Network has organized also Shilin Snow Mountain Declaration in Chengdu, China, just before the pandemic 2020. It was the declaration of the climate change adaptation and redefining ecotourism seasonality, which we had in conference together with Chinese Agricultural University and Chengdu Tourism Bureau. In generally, ecotourism and conservation is a very important issue we should address, I should say. It helps the maintaining increase forest, flora, fauna conservation, and generally our whole society development of greenery and increase the use of renewable energy techniques. Therefore, support for wildlife and protected areas, diversified livelihoods, environmental interpretation and environmental ethics, strengthening resource management institutions are mentioned. Ecotourism and certification. Of course, the certification is a tool to reduce negative environment and social impacts of the tourism industry, because we all know that tourism has been two faces, positive and negative effects. So the whole question is how to reduce the negative environment, negative impacts, and more ensure the positive influences on the destinations. And certification is one of the tools, and which is a very important instrument of the ecotourism development. Our Asian Ecotourism Network has done ASA, which is Asian Ecotourism Standard for accommodations. This is the criteria encouraged to use for all nature-based lodges and resorts accommodations, regardless of their size. This Asian Ecotourism Standard for accommodations can be used as a checklist. So I would very much like to encourage you, you can check and see Asian Ecotourism Standard for accommodation from our website. Well, this is some of the practical examples of my country. This is the called Ecotourism Strategic Development Plan, which includes several topics in it. First of all, in generally, destination or product development of the area is a very key part of the ecotourism strategic plan. Then, of course, environmental sustainability. Then, in general, third is the local economic business development. And our strategy is without in general economic development and general local business development plan, ecotourism cannot able to be maintained. And four is the community institution empowerment, what we mentioned before. Then finally, private sector engagement is the key issues for our local tourism, ecotourism strategic plan. We would like to encourage our local people's way of livelihood using on the postcard or yak cards, which will be one of the interesting attractions and products for tourism. And local people should own their own resource. They control and they have to be the owner of their resources. And tour companies can bring market on it with the collaboration instead of tour operators being as a owner of the resources. A lot of encouragements to using alternative energies for the local accommodations. Wind and solar energies are very key supportive tools to encourage local private sector initiatives. It is related with the taxation system. It is related with all the legal systems. Tourists are facilitator of the local enterprise. When we talk about ecotourism, it is not only the singly about sector, all inclusivity of the what indigenous people or local communities could produce. A lot of initiatives and refreshments linking with the efficient banking system are introduced. We are very much promoting that local people are also critical user of the local tourism resources, not only the tourists, and by the way of appreciation of the local people into the education for the children. It is the indirectly and directly effects on the environmental and cultural conservation. And through that way, the local NGOs and initiatives based on the capacity building conflict concessions are addressed. Finally, of course, the have to branding and invest in the local ecotourism products are agenda of the stakeholder collaboration, especially between the private and public sectors. Now, let me turn into some topics what our today's webinar is addressing. Pandemic challenge and opportunities. And we can say that during the pandemic days, probably decreasing environmental damage and overcapacities on the natural resources. But we can see the increasing focus on the health and the hygienic standards, and especially how demand is changing. The demand side, the domestic and regional tourism is increasing. Interpreting changing business models due to the consolidation and corporate restructuring. Probably role of the biggest hotel, big resorts are changing into the more in niche markets. Mobilization, especially innovative technology solutions on the distribution and market access are increased, all we know. And guiding public investments in the destinations to position them more sustainable and resilient tourism industry in the post-COVID-19. At least these are the common issues what we all know. If we're going to see some of the interesting examples, I would take example of the Mediterranean ecotourism strategy. They have got a 5R strategy: recovery, regeneration, reflection, resilience, and responsibility. These are the 5 stages of recovering the destination back into the market, resilient into the post-COVID situation. However, demand side is quite changing. On the one hand, there is a positive things like if we're gonna to see Flywire statistics that 70% of the consumers spend more money after and post-COVID, which they have preserved during the COVID, or they have saved during the COVID time. And also the 70 or 75% are easy to travel more in the regional destinations. Chinese and East Asian tourists are very much like to use the smart technology and traveling around the regional destinations. A lot of tourism entrepreneurs say the real cost of travel, including cost for offsetting carbon when using budget airlines, is often not be priced. So as a result of lockdowns and quarantine, people have become more conscious about the environment and world we live. Small communities, locally owned guest houses, homestays could be promoted over large hotels and contribute additional carbon emissions. Supply side, what we can able to say pandemic-based new normal requirement. Everybody is talking about stakeholder collaboration is critical, especially between the public and private sector. Guidelines addressing the supply side host issues, such as developing alternative special tourist destination, regulating or penalizing illegal construction activities, promoting special team-based tourism corridors are important answers under the stakeholder collaboration. Therefore, the zoning issues are very important to promote the sustainable tourism development, destination management, especially the ecotourism. Imposing restrictions on tourist entry into ecological sensitive areas, capacity building of tourism service providers, with among others. Waste management, more and more important, especially we using IT measures, needs to urgent attention from relevant authorities. Not only stands to harm the environment and wildlife, but also reduces aesthetic value of the places. Aesthetic value of the places relinking with the waste management issues. Healthy infrastructure. As we all know, prioritizing health consideration COVID-19, hygiene and safety standards must be specified, must be very much an enforcement issue in tourism business. And therefore, it increases in the end supply service cost of our product. We could say that, at least in our country, the profit margin is minimizing due to the providing all of these health standard requirements. Smarty choice. Tourists make more and more smarty choice to commensurate with conserving natural environment, respecting local sensitives while enhancing their travel experience. And using technology to make tourist areas digital, paperless, contactless service deliveries, foods, information on places are more and more coming use. And long-term strengthening sustainability and resilience and sharing benefits more equitably is also be critical. There are a lot of several actions so far as we know. More common actions we have seen is like that. First of all, promoting a lot of domestic tourism everywhere. The role of domestic tourism, although the buying power of the domestic tourism cannot able to be compatible with international, but same time, interpretation and education of the ecotourism through domestic tourism is emphasized. Secondly, negotiating travel bubbles with preferred partners between two countries and between the regions. And recently, we can see Asian Development Bank offered some regional travel bubbles, CARIC bubble, with the Central Asian countries, with such countries in Central Asian area, East Asia, Pacific, Australia, SHARC, and Mekong area bubble, and finally Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asian, ASEAN bubbles are also recommended by ADB. Well, in the end, we can talk about changes. Is changes be as a new normal for us? However, dealing with increasing demand visitors with the challenge of the market, how to balance the economic needs against social and environmental priorities, minimization of total cost of supply chain, and maximizing customer expectation and satisfaction with the minimizing total cost of the supply chains, especially in order to providing all of these requirements, standards, hygienic and health, the promoting investment or reinvestment opportunities, especially SMEs, and for sustainable development. Healthy, motivated ecotourism, food-highlighted ecotourism, or spiritual-centered ecotourism segmentation is more and more coming. I would say that ecotourism is ecotourism is itself also developing more into the niche needs. Of course, the authentic travel experience, authenticism, is not only issue of the theoretical discussion, but also into the practical ecotourism destinations are more and more coming. Modern day, the shared economy models through the digital online applications, how we can able to apply ecotourism product development and destination marketing strategy into the shared economy models and platform. Ethics, animals, using animals, experiencing animals in tourism is also issue. Some countries, some areas, promoting last chance tourism, which is travel motivated by the desire to see threatened or dimension natural attractions, including glaciers, coral reefs, endangered species, etc. The big debate issue, digitalization and non-digital digitalization, because we can see virtual ecotourism projects everywhere. Virtual ecotourism project uses interactive online tools to connect general public with conservation projects and local communities in ecologically and culturally sensitive areas of the world. So how ecotourism product, ecotourism development should be digitalized? How, in what extent? What are the authenticity issues and digitalization issues? Sorry, what is next? Well, I would like to conclude my brief presentation that we have to make it more effective government response into the challenge what we have faced by all of us, limited technology innovation, unique local belongings, supportive consumer and employee confidence is in front of us. Tourism industry may transform into new global economic order characterized by sustainable tourism, local societies' well-being, climate action, and involvement of local communities. The last not least, I would also say that by our Asian Ecotourism Network, organizing Asia Pacific Ecotourism Summit, IYE 20, the initiative by Asian Ecotourism Network, and 20 years of International Year of Ecotourism Summit, hosted online next year in January between 8th to 9th, and uniting all regional ecotourism leaders, practitioners, all of the stakeholders, 2 days online event. And we are very much highly welcome. I appreciate all your active participation on this regional important event. And thank you very much for all your attention. And I hope that during today or tomorrow we can have some time to discuss about the questions what you have raised. And I'm again highly appreciate and thank you for all your opportunities. Let me share some of the key issues of the ecotourism development in front of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur, for the esteemed keynote speech. We appreciate that so much. And also, thank you for the kind gesture of your invitation to all participants who have attended this conference to attend the Asia Pacific Ecotourism Conference in 2022. Doctor, we have 4 questions, okay, in the chat box. Maybe I can read these questions to you for your response. Okay, so for the first question, the question is from Vignesh Warren Nair from the Bahamas. The question is, how do you determine the right balance between ecotourism development and environmental preservation in destinations where the local community needs the development for their survival and well-being? So that's the first question, Doctor.
Well, first of all, thank you for your interesting question. I think this is one of the very challenging main question. We should try to find the answer during these 2 days webinar, I hope. But my comment right now is based on our experience here in our region. The tourism, one hand, it was a mistake for us. We tried to develop tourism on the local community, which we couldn't able to understand what local community want to do. What is their key essence of livelihood, which includes economic and social aspects. So it is very hard, challenging issue to turn off the way of traditional livelihood, socio-economic mechanism and changing by tourism under whatever name. You can say ecotourism or sustainable tourism. But if it is not supported, matched by the local communities under the especially mistake number 1, donor-based tourism projects. Number B, government political support tourism projects. Number C, ideologically interesting kind of promotional projects like, oh, ecotourism is very nice thing for you, etc. But in the end, if this is not really acceptable, matching with the essence platform of the local community, it will never go ahead. So our main lesson comes from here is that we should think about how tourism, especially ecotourism, able to match with other key resource of the social and economic livelihood of the local area. So it is very challenging, risky issue to change whole system by only the tourism income. So it is rather a matter of have to be tourism is an alternative instrument and a tool strategy supporting the whole local socioeconomic development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response, Dr. Gana. The second question is from Najmi Abdullah. The question is, question to Dr. Gana. You talked about a shift from large hotels to homestays, etc., because of the higher emissions from large hotels. But are large hotels not better able to reduce the emissions than individual homestays, etc., as they have more financial resources? That's the question, Doctor.
Yeah. Well, as we all know, and as we probably estimate about the shifting the demand behavior and after COVID pandemic situation, most of the professionals write about the needs, demand of the mass tourism products, including large resorts and the big hotels decreased due to the demand of the niche consumer behavior. But on the other hand, of course, we should think about the economic and financial power of those kind of large and big entrepreneurs. In our research, it is said that the large hotels, of course, do not like to lose their own consumers. In order to that, probably the business chain model can be changed. Instead of having merchandise large hotel chain, probably the large hotels can establish various size, scales, service providers within the different level of the supply chain, which includes the homestay, which includes the small size eco-friendly accommodations, be part of the large hotel chain network. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gana. Okay, before I proceed with the third question, I would like to remind all participants and attendees, to turn off your mic, to avoid any echoes or noises, All right. So for the third question, again, this is from Vignesh Nair. The question is, post-COVID-19, what should be the focus of tourism education in ensuring students in ecotourism related programs have the correct capacity and skills to manage any form of crisis? So that's the question.
Well, again, very challenging questions, and I hope that I am seeking also the answer under the discussion together with you by these 2 days webinar. But in briefly speaking, what's the focus of the education of the ecotourism in the post-COVID is about the, first of all, how the business, ecotourism business behavior or the characteristic of the ecotourism business should be survival is important. And my belief is that I couldn't able to deny the conservation and resource, also geographical and historical study of the ecotourism. But more concern now is about the economic model, financial model, how ecotourism initiative businesses could be more resilient and more fragmented and more dynamic within the different types of the impacts. The study showed to us that the biggest companies, big manufacturers have faced the big challenges, big impacts, while ecotourism business engines could be able to flexible and fragmented, also be resilient within different types of the impacts. So briefly, my main focus is about business development of the ecotourism is key focus.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. There are other three questions. Okay, let me just read the questions out loud. Yeah, two questions from Wendy Van Horsen from Melbourne, Australia. Okay, the questions are: number one, how can Malaysia turn our 50% of land usage for palm oil production into ecotourism, as we face lots of environmental complaints from tourists? And the second question from Wendy is: ASEAN homestay standards and ASEAN community-based tourism did not cover palm oil plantation. And what is the difference with ASEAN ecotourism standard for accommodation, please? Yeah. And then the third question, if I may read it for you, Doctor, is from Azhar Othman, BIM IAGA Business Council. The question is: post COVID-19, what is the future of virtual tourism? Right. So these are the three questions, Doctor.
Okay.
For your quick
Thank you.
response, you have another about 2 minutes, yeah, to respond to these three
Thank you
questions.
so much.
Yeah.
And I appreciate again about all questions related with palm oil, impact of the tourism in Malaysia and other countries. That's why I mentioned about the environment, how the cost effect between the impact of using the ecotourism resource and reinvesting back into the resources. So in fact, about the post-COVID situation, our standard, what we have called by the EAN, is a checklist voluntarily. So if palm oil issue is not included there, you can able to be ground. You can able to fix your local priority issue into the checklist. That's the one of the advantage of our Asian Ecotourism Network standard, because it cannot able to cover all of the local priority issues within the one big regional standards. So rather it is kind of guideline, checklist recommendation to all of these kind of different cases. Final, virtual tourism. Of course, the COVID makes the increase in the virtuality very much, but I would like to say that the needs of the virtual tourism should also be limited. And it is not always be positive. we can able to use into the marketing and promotion, but we can also always keep the mind of the beauty of ecotourism relies on the authenticity of the product, authenticity of what we are living in the happiness. So I do believe that virtuality not always providing the happiness of the people. In that case, people can be think about the robot development issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gana, for the response. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Gana Damba Gantemur, the Vice Chair and Executive Board of the Asia Pacific Ecotourism Network. Thank you so much for the keynote speech again, Dr. Damba.
Thank you very much.
All right, so for the next session, there will be 6 presentations, but by our esteemed industry players and partners on the topic of revitalizing the tourism industry and businesses in the new normal. Okay, our first presenter is Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liang, the President of Malaysian Association of Tour and Travel Agents, MATTA. Datuk Tan Kok Liang holds a Master's in Tourism from University of Toulouse, France, and he is a chartered accountant by training. He started his career in the travel industry with a leading tour operator based in Sabah back in 1990. Currently, he is the National President of the Malaysian Association of Tour and Travel Agents, MATTA. He also served as the board member in Sabah Tourism Board and currently the elected president of the Federation of ASEAN Travel Associations. He is also the general manager and director of Borneo Trails Tours and Travel Sendirian Berhad, which he pioneered in 2005. The company was awarded with various awards, such as Best Inbound Tour Operator category for Sabah for the year of 2009-2010, and Best MICE Travel Agent Sabah for year 2013-2014, and Best Inbound Tour Operator Domestic 2014-2015 in Malaysia, just to name a few. So as a MATTA President, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liang has instituted several key initiatives to further drive inbound tourism in Malaysia, such as settling up the Malaysia-based online booking engine to ensure members' business interests are protected, and initiated aggressive overseas promotion to several countries such as China, India, the United Kingdom, Europe, and ASEAN region. For today's conference, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan will be presenting a paper entitled The Current Scenario of Tourism Business in Malaysia, The Way to Recover from MATTA Perspective. So without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liang for the first presentation. Yang Berbahagia Datuk, please.
Thank you, Oscar. Would you allow me to share my screen now?
Oh, yes. Yeah, please, Datuk.
All right. A very good morning to all participants. Thank you, Borneo Tourism Research Centre, UMS, for your invitation, and congratulations for the successful hosting of this regional conference. Today, my topic given by the FPEP.UMS is the current scenario of tourism businesses in Malaysia, the way to recover from MATTA perspective. So this morning, I would not be dwelling on the micro, on the strategies, the resilience framework, what type of traveling trends. I'll just go on look into the current scenario, the way to recover from MATTA's perspective. Therefore, I'll be dwelling on issues of the macro level, on the macro basis. Okay, the tourism industry pre-COVID pandemic in 2019. In 2019, the travel tourism industry was the third largest economy in the country after manufacturing and commodities. We all know that, and generating more than $89 million with 26 million international tourist arrivals. And the revenue was higher for the export, was higher than revenue from the export of palm oil at 70 billion and rubber gloves at 22 billion. And the whole industry in Malaysia, we employ something like 33.6 million people, and the travel agencies, tour operator sector alone employed more than 100,000 people. Before COVID, we all know that the hotels, resorts, transport operators, retailers, homestays, e-hailing, Airbnb, airlines were reaping huge economic benefits. An increase in the number of tourist business with mass tourism, overcrowding, and quite a number of issues happened. When COVID struck, it's so interesting to see that the National Association have requested several times with the federal government on funding, on rescue packages. When in the good times, we were the blue-eyed boy, so-called blue-eyed boy. But when things are not right, if you check through the press, we have been literally asking the government not to set us aside, but to look into specific approaches for the tourism businesses. So the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to the tourism industry, as we know, many tourism workers were laid off as companies went to hibernation and even closed. I read recently about an article by a state tourism board that says that 45% of our businesses are still operating. I choose to differ on that. For the travel agencies, tour operators sector in the tourism sector, there have been no business activities and therefore there's been no income. We all know that districts, states, and international were closed. And the Minister of Tourism on the federal level have reported that the whole tourism industry have lost more than 135 million ringgit Malaysia in 2020. And for 2021, it's expected the loss to be more than 165 million ringgit Malaysia. So looking at this situation, I believe that it's very timely for the resilience framework like today's conference. A resilience framework may be the way forward to ensure the industry will be more ready to handle crisis, to mitigate challenges, and bounce back quickly. At the same time, protecting businesses, workers, tourism infrastructure, and the local community during this crisis. As I'm based in Sabah, if you look through the crisis, we have SARS, we have the intrusion, we have the earthquake at Mount Kinabalu, and all this we are able to bounce back fairly quick. But today's crisis is honestly unprecedented. Like what Professor Jennifer have said, that we are in the fragile uncertainty. There are no one or two solutions to overcome. But one thing for sure, at this moment we are going, I believe that the crux of the issue for our industry being so badly hit is the travel restrictions that have been in place, domestic and also the international border. And today, most of the tourism businesses are in financial distress. The tourist arrivals to Malaysia by country, by nationality, we can see that one of the main markets, Singapore, in 2019, they have something like 10.1 million arrivals. In 2020, only 1.5 million tourist arrivals. And Indonesia is the same, from 3.1 million to 700,000 tourist arrivals. So today, honestly, we are a shadow of our former self. We are just a shadow. Tourist arrivals by Malaysia, and if you look at the bottom line, at the last in red, the overall international tourist arrivals have dropped from 26.1 million to 4.3 million for the year 2020. This is a huge drop, and the drop is about 83.4%. And the recent update statistics, again, tourist arrivals to Malaysia by country of nationality up to March 2021, the situation is not getting better. You can see that most of the decline compared to the corresponding period is about 99% drop. In Sabah, I believe that the decline for 2021 versus 2020 is something like 85%, if not wrong. Perhaps the GM, Puan Norida, can brief us later. So overall, in red, you can see that there's a drop of 99.4% decline from January to March 2021 compared to the corresponding period. Okay, BSP. One of the very good indicator of how we do well is by looking at the BSP, or Bank Settlement Plan net scheme, on the total tickets issued for Malaysia in the year 2021. If you can see from there, in 2018, 19, 20, the sales have dropped from 5.3 billion in 2019 to a mere 935 million in 2020, a decrease of about 83%. And however, if you look into May to June 2021, you can see the slight increase of the ticket sales. This is the indication of the travel business that is in Malaysia. Recovery of the tourism industry. Since March 2020, MATTA has submitted many proposals to the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, the Ministry of Finance, the EPU, to help the tourism industry, as we are one of the worst economic sectors being hit with the verge of total collapse, and we have engaged on many occasions with the government and related ministries to help the industry. The government did offer us several assistance through the various assistance and support programs, such as a wage subsidy, financial grant, and different financial support from the banks, though it was very hard to get such assistance. So the initiatives were namely the Prihatin, Budget 2021, if you remember, Permai, Permekasa Plus, and Pemulih rollout. And of course, during the few months back, there was a Jom Cuti Malaysia campaign by Tourism Malaysia to boost tourism, domestic tourism, through stimulus package. So these are the recovery measures taken by the government. Although it may prove to be not sufficient, I think we just have to accept, and we got to move on to face the challenges. Okay. Okay, during this period of pandemic, MATTA has also made many statements which highlight our proposals for the tourism industry. And we have, in early 2021, we have asked the government to fast track for tourism workers, as the people being vaccinated is a way forward for the society and the tourism industry to be reopened. And MATTA have also asked the government for automatic loan moratoriums, increase and extend the wage subsidy programs to set clear recovery roadmap for the tourism industry and to review the tourism policies, including the Tourism Industry Act. Here, I would like to say that, as I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, regulatory and operational constraints have crippled the industry. And today, if you look into this Department of Statistics, more than 500,000 SME tourism-related companies are severely affected. We can talk a lot about the new norm, about traveling patterns, how to boost consumer demand, air tickets, rates, connectivity. But the main issue, ladies and gentlemen, regulatory and operational constraints throughout globally have crippled the industry. In March 2021, we have also asked the government to promote domestic cruise holidays to revive the ailing tourism industries. I think the example of Singapore doing the cruise to nowhere is a success. In MATTA in recent months, have also asking and struggling to get approval for business events, MICE activities. Perhaps the government think MICE activities are for wedding, but I don't think so. It's business events. And our branded event, MATTA Fair, which was held the last set in September 2019, MICE events will generate much business for many related sectors in the industry. And it was only announced on 15 October 2021 that MICE activities are allowed from 18 October 2021. We are still looking for the approval. And ladies and gentlemen, physical fairs, I have heard about government promoting digitalization, online fairs. If you don't do a physical fairs, it's different. You are not indicating, expressing confidence in the containment of COVID-19. Today, we are pleased to announce also about 60% of our booth. The MATTA Fest will be held on November 20. Of course, we are getting the final green light from MKN. And we hope to proceed to be the first physical fair post-COVID. And this COVID, it was pandemic, we believe that it will be endemic soon. And in early September 2021, MATTA have also submitted our proposals to the Ministry of Finance for the National Budget 2022. We have asked the government to set up Tourism Recovery and Growth Fund. We have basically asked for 5 billion ringgit Malaysia to provide financial support to private sectors, companies in the tourism to restart, revive, sustain, and grow their respective sectors. For 20 months, I was in Langkawi recently, and the operator was telling me, boss, hotels, the small operators, pipes are being burst, or the place is just run down. So it's very difficult. We need the funding from the government to start back, to revive back the industry. We have also reminded the government that tax exemption, deferment of tax payments, exemption of inbound income, they are honestly, ladies and gentlemen, useless. Because if you have no business for the last 20 months, you have no income, what is there for a tax deferment? What is there for a tax exemption? When the business bounce back, if you happen to make profit, you should have enough tax to offset your losses carried forward. So we've been urging the government, we've been trying to talk sense to the government to really seriously focus into this industry. The recovery of the tourism industry for the National Budget 2020, which we're going to submit today, we have already submitted. This is for the press. We are going to do a press release, or perhaps today or tomorrow, but we have already written to the MOF. MATTA requested the government commitment, as I mentioned the word commitment, to revive the tourism industry to targeted and specific assistance, rehabilitating tourism business, which I mentioned earlier. We are looking for funding, soft loans, domestic travel stimulus, sustaining the workforce. The wage subsidy is going to expire, so already expired on September. So we are looking for extension for the next 3 months while waiting for international border to open. When government talks about reviving tourism, domestic market is not sufficient. We need international arrivals. And boosting domestic demand, leisure before domestic travel. If you to engage with ticketing agents, they'll tell you that the leisure bookings for travel is coming in. The business is not coming in, maybe because they are doing to Zoom, SOPs. Companies are more prudent in their approach, but for leisure travel, people you can see the bookings coming in through leisure travel segment, and also financing for international branding. That Malaysia is a safe destination post-COVID. We have also urged the government for the recovery of the tourism industry needs a roadmap for the reopening of international borders. Recently, of course, we are happy to hear that the Prime Minister have said that it's going to open up soon, with the international borders going to open. But we are also looking into lesser quarantine policies or restrictions. Moving forward, the government in many countries have accepted that COVID-19 situation is now an endemic situation where we need to live with the virus, honestly. And the travel and tourism industry need to change the way of doing their business with their customers together with the virus, in inverted commas. It will not be business as usual. And the travel and tourism industry can recover for better days after being critically hit for nearly 2 years. And it will take some time. IATA have made a prediction that normalcy will return in the year 2023. And recently, we are also happy to note that the My Travel Pass was recently abolished. I believe it is a natural step as we move towards endemic. Travel Safe Alliance program, or on 10 October 2021, the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture have launched the Travel Safe Alliance, a joint program with MATTA, Measures, and the Malaysian Aviation Group, which comprise of Malaysia Airlines, Firefly, and Mars Wings. And this Travel Safe Alliance program is to promote Malaysia as a safe and preferred tourist and business event destination. And travel and tourism worldwide, including Malaysia, will not be the same again as we move forward. And this Travel Safe Alliance is a good step as we prepare ourselves for international travel arrivals, international travel bubble. So this is a Travel Safe Alliance. It's a combined effort between MATTA, Malaysian Association of Hotel, Malaysian Association of Convention, Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, and the Malaysian Aviation Group to provide end-to-end safe travel solutions to travelers. The hygiene and safety labels programs: Travel Safe Malaysia by MATTA, Clean and Safe Malaysia by MA, Safe Business Events by Measures, Fly Confidently campaign by Malaysian Aviation Group. And we believe that working closely hand in hand between the public and private sector, spark partnership, we can revitalize our industry. And so this TSA Malaysia has committed to ensuring appropriate health and safety procedures are in place with globally recognized best practices and procedures related to preventive measures for a safer travel and business environment. And TSA Malaysia will provide end-to-end travel solutions. Of course, I have listened to resistance some of these local association, they say why we are following MKN, we are following our own Langkawi local council authorities protocols, we are following our own NIOSH protocol safety measures. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is somehow in point of time we need external certification. You can say you are promoting, you are doing all the SOP, but who certified for you? Is it your grandfather that certified for you or what? So if you say your accounts are true and fair, who certified for you? You need external auditors to certify for you. So I would like to urge all the stakeholders to seriously look into having your organization independently certified by examiners that are recognized worldwide or globally. So this global assignment, we are also getting funding from the federal. We also discussed with Penang, Johor, Sabah Tourism Board to see how the funding can come in for tourism players. So basically, it's a global tracing website. Your label to be displayed in your travel agency offices, online marketing, social media marketing. You can log into HTTPS restart with Bureau Veritas. Bureau Veritas is a globally recognized external certification mark. Okay, the memorandum of understanding was signed for the Travel Safe Alliance Malaysia between 4 Malaysian biggest travel-related organizations. It was held in Langkawi, at Dana Langkawi. I was there. If you look at Langkawi, interesting. Oh, let me finish this first. So these are the four slides. These are the signing ceremony that was held on 10th of October. So the way to recover, this is my last 2-3 slides. I am on time. The way to recover strategies for the new norm. Review of domestic and international travel restriction on regular basis. Implement a risk-based approach. Quarantine policies. Harmonized approach in travel documentation, etc. I think if you look into the travel bubble, the domestic, the first one in Langkawi, I was one of the 66,000 travel. And recently, after I came back from Langkawi, I remember the Minister of Health, the Honourable Minister Khairi Jamaluddin, he said that no need to have a RTK test when you arrive in Langkawi, because out of the 66,000 tourists, only 0.4% were tested positive before they boarded the flight. So they are based on risk-based approach that these travel restriction conditions can be waived, can be uplifted. I think if you look into the situation, with West Malaysia, all the states are moving forward, easing of travel restriction. I think Sabah will be one of the states that will be quite badly hit at the current situation, because we still need RTK tests. We still need 3 days before arrival, although we are going to open the state on 1st of November. But having said that, I may be wrong, because I noticed that the SOP for the state government of Sabah, they change quite frequently, so I may be outdated today. But if you base on the current travel restriction, Sabah will be one of the states to be the last to recover. I'm also very concerned on that. So review of domestic and travel restrictions, and there must be a harmonized approach on this matter. And therefore, if you look at this, we need a unified approach. Is essential in building a resilient recovery, a unified approach. And to rehabilitate tourism infrastructure fallout through soft loans and extension of wage subsidy programs. I mentioned that just now. And local before global, financial travel stimulus package, tax breaks, tax incentive. When we talk about travel stimulus package tax breaks, we are also asking for the government for corporate tax for business events. If they get help in Malaysia, probably there will be tax deductions or double deductions. We'll be asking the government for that. Okay, the way to recover strategies for the new norm. I think we are looking for international travel bubble. And as I mentioned earlier, the Langkawi travel bubble was a success. And also in Langkawi recently, at the event, the government is also looking to the first Singapore Langkawi travel bubble. They are looking to the first international travel bubble. So these strategies for the new norm, I think we should be looking into an opportunity, not just to make travel safe, but to make travel better. To rebuild consumer confidence through Travel Safe Alliance, which I mentioned just now, flexibility in bookings and COVID-19 insurance. A lot of these issues, flexibility bookings, I've seen some business establishment. Hey, they say you want to come for the year 2022, please pay first. It's fully booked. I don't know how it can be fully booked, honestly. If international arrivals are still uncertain. So flexibility in bookings, terms and conditions, refunds policies, this should be looked into under the new norm. And of course, COVID-19 insurance. I tell you, under the new norm, it's so difficult to travel if you are stuck in a foreign country or international arrivals to Malaysia and you don't have COVID insurance from your ticketing to the hospitalization. I believe that there will be quite a substantial of money involved. So COVID-19 insurance, we're talking about the insurance companies, how this can be streamlined. And of course, building a tourism resilience and sustainable framework. Perhaps today is an opportunity to reset tourism. During the good old days, sometimes there's no law and order. The licensed tourism establishment, they seems to be the one hard hit, where there's quite a number of illegals running around, unlicensed operators running around, mass tourism, as I mentioned, overcrowding, shopping tours. So perhaps this is a very sad opportunity. It's an opportunity, but I mean a bit sad that the last 20 months, all of us have suffered tremendously financially, I mean. But today, moving forward, perhaps a resilience and sustainable framework can be set that the tourism industry, after going through the next crisis, they may have a better chance to rebound back faster. Okay, the way to recover on the regional ASEAN basis. We all know that ASEAN comprise one of the top arrivals into Malaysia, and ASEAN region, we have around 675.8 million population. If long haul travel may be a bit slow coming in, we can go for the ASEAN market. But of course, the challenges are there's various different vaccination rates. By Myanmar, Philippines, Indonesia, the vaccination rate on population will be not as good as Malaysia. We have certain states we have touched 90%. So these are the challenges that we're going to face. So coming back to the way to recover, similar to the EU, ASEAN travel to commence as soon as possible to stimulate local tourism and transport stakeholders, and the government have to be proactive not to lose out to the market share to destinations that are already opening. and more pilot projects to test and refine tourism traffic between two specific destinations and controlled manner, eventually leading to the reopening of two-way traffic on a broader scale. I mentioned earlier just now, Singapore Langkawi will provide a test case for the reopening in other locations. Standardized, decentralized vaccine passport infrastructure, blockchain, to facilitate seamless regional travel and eventual intercontinental travel. And promotional marketing ASEAN as a single destination, emphasizing on transparency, trust, and safety in addition to existing promotional strategies. I believe that one of the way forward to revive the business is to look into the ASEAN market by itself. And of course, even if you look at ASEAN, we use MySejahtera. Indonesia will have their own apps. So it's Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Philippines. There must be a uniform approach and to make travel seamless experience and comfortable. Otherwise, traveling post-COVID can be very stressful. I've met a few travelers who have traveled international and also even domestic. Some of us, perhaps by now, we have not even traveled to Kuala Lumpur yet. I've traveled a few times, but sometimes it can be very stressful if you don't get all your application in order. So the way forward, the ASEAN government need to work hand in hand to ensure that it's a unified approach. Finally, thank you for your invitation. We hope that every stakeholder will continue to work together to revive and rebuild the tourism industry and reaching its full potential in the coming years. Once again, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan. We have a few questions in the chat box. If I can read it out for you. The first one is from Kai Sin Tay. Hi, Datuk Tan. The question is, since now government reopened state border, domestic tourism is returned. How if the COVID-19 exploded again? Do MATTA got any contingency plan for this, especially for tour operators? And the second question from Kai Sinte is that another concern about the tour guides, are they willing to take the risk to communicate with tourists? Thank you. Yeah. Dato'?
I think these two questions are honestly irrelevant for me to answer, simply because we respect medical science. Number two, I've already mentioned, pandemic will be an endemic. Number three, we have comply with government protocols. We are fully vaccinated. If you're going to ask MATTA, what will we be explode? I think it's better for us to all stay back in the house and do online virtual tourism activities. I'm sorry, with due respect. And I believe that it is incumbent of the government to respond to such questions if there's someone from the government. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, for your response, Dato' Tan. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. Since the pandemic now will turn into endemic, and knowing that the population is widely vaccinated, so hopefully, the tourism, both domestic and international tourism, will be reopened safely again soon. Yeah, I have another question here from Fifi Hasnida binti Saikim. Okay, the question is, new tourism niches such as AR, VR, augmented reality, and virtual reality based tourism, etc., are these new tourism niches necessary for tourism post COVID-19 recovery? Any
All
response?
these AR, VR devices, they are good for promotional marketing, but they cannot replace the tourism activities which are physical by the senses. You touch, you hear, you see. you experience the local culture. That cannot be replaced by AR. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, yang berbahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liang, the president of the Malaysian Association of Tour and Travel Agents, MATTA, with his presentation just now, the current scenario of tourism business in Malaysia, the way to recover from MATTA perspective. Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Datuk, for your time this morning. Now, moving on to our second presenter. Our second presenter is Madam Noreda Othman, the Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Tourism Board. A brief bio about Madam Noreda. Madam Noreda Othman has 30 years of experience in Sabah tourism, with a demonstrated history of working in the leisure, travel and tourism industry, and she is also skilled in marketing strategy, event management, and tourism management. Back in 2015, she's one of the scholarship recipient of PATA, Pacific Asia Travel Association, for the Executive Development of Tourism program held in the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Madam Noreda also is a current member of PATA Executive Board and PATA Board. And for this conference this morning, Madam Noreda Othman will be sharing her insight on strengthening our tourism brand and image. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to invite Madam Noreda Othman for the presentation. Madam Noreda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Oktar Dosin. A very good morning. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya. I hope I am loud and clear this morning. And
yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
For the kind invitation. And I believe today you have a whole list of panels who has more experiences, more knowledge than I do. You have very long esteemed panel. We have just heard from President of MATTA himself, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan Kok Liang, his insight of what's happening in Malaysia right now. If I may share my slides, and I would also like to thank Professor Jennifer for giving us a slot on a bit of our marketing and branding today for Sabah. Allow me to share my screen today. Esteemed audiences, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I see many colleagues in the tourism industry this morning, tuning in the whole day. And I have been given the task to speak about strengthening our tourism brand and image on the perspective of Sabah Tourism Board. You have heard one of our board members, Datuk Tan, talking earlier on behalf of MATTA. As you all know, travel is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in the world. People are spending trillions of dollars globally every year, marketing, branding their destination. Having a solid marketing strategy is definitely crucial for any destination in order for us to win a chunk of that market. But meanwhile, something else has become increasingly important. Destinations will go beyond successful strategy, to exploring and starting a brand building. As you know, Sabah, for many years, our destination image is naturally based on culture, adventure, and nature. And in early 2020, last year, the global travel industry came to a halt. As you all know, flights were grounded, borders are closed. A new fear about this known virus that stopped all tourism activities and it has thrown the world's largest industry into crisis. So we all know that. Our lifestyle has totally changed. There's a lot of talk about the new norms. As much as we don't want to carry out certain restriction or certain new activities, or rather new exercising new regulations, with the pandemic, we have had to adapt as well as pivot. A lot of us have had to pivot and change our lifestyle as well as our source of income for many of our friends in the tourism industry. So we have been fighting with this virus for almost 2 years now. I think it's about 20 months right now, and we're still struggling to live with it. Despite the challenging situation, Sabah Tourism Board has continuously carried our task to promote and market Sabah with the aim and goal of making sure we remain as top of the mind destination. It has been an uphill task. Many have said, why do you need to do promotion when tourism is at a standstill, when no one can travel? But to us, being a tourism marketing agency for the state, it is our core responsibility to continuously try and maintain as well as be making sure that Sabah remains at the top of everyone's mind. While they're being at home, while they have time to see what's on TV, they have more time to actually immerse in the destination through visuals such as digital marketing, through like what Datuk Keltan says, virtual AR, as well as social media and all that. However, tourism is a people-to-people industry. We cannot just rely on virtual tourism. You and I know that we need people to come into the state. We need activities in order to continue and sustain our tourism industry. Before I go further, allow me to just share some of the figures pre and during COVID-19. Dr. Tan has shared with you the global outlook. I will go more focused into what Sabah had to endure in terms of travels, or rather international visitors arrivals. As you can see here, from 2019 to 2020, we had a decline, a sharp decline in arrivals, especially international arrivals, 87.7%, and 70.8% for domestic travelers. And in total, about 77% decline. It's a sharp decline for us. If you can see, about 20% arrival in 2020 was basically during the month of January to February. Yeah, normally the January and February months are, of course, our peak months, especially when it includes the Chinese and Korean visitors. And tourism receipt, about 80% decline for year 2020. And although we expected the virus or COVID to just linger around for perhaps 3 to 6 months, but we never knew that it would affect us for the last 20 months. As you can see here, from January to June 2020, as against 2021 arrivals, we have more than 99% decline in arrivals. Of course, generally because of the closure of the international borders. And although we had a bit of traveling, or rather a bit of activity in one or 2 months for domestic, hence so far we have 80% of decline in arrivals and 88% of tourism receipts. This is the past record of arrivals to Sabah from 2018 to 2020. As you can see here, the orange line is 2020. There was a short domestic travel ban that was lifted, and immediately the line went up a bit due to domestic travelers. As you can see here with the green line, it has been very slow or almost standstill from January to June. With the closure of the international borders, from about 200 over flights, international flights that we had pre-COVID, we have lost all those flights during the international closure of borders since last year in March 2020. Domestic flights, from about 34 flights weekly, today there's hardly any flights now. Only about 5% of flights that was activated. We hope with the announcement by the state government to allowing interstate travel from the 1st of November, we will be able to see more flights mounted by our local airlines, especially Malaysia Airlines as well as AirAsia and Malindo, in order to cater to domestic travels. Just looking at the international visitor arrivals into Asia Pacific forecast by MATTA, we can see here there are several scenarios that MATTA has laid out. If the pandemic carries on, if the severity is just is mild, you can see that the uphill, or rather the increase of travel, may result in if the scenario is mild, you can see the orange line that perhaps has the recovery rate of at least 94% by year 2023. And if the scenario is medium, we'll probably be able to gain back 73% of the pre-COVID travel trend. However, with severity of the current condition, we probably may be able to recover only about 47% of the pre-COVID arrivals. So this is the visitor arrival forecast into Malaysia based on the mild, medium, and severe situation. And I believe, like what Datuk K.L. Tan has said earlier on, the severity of the impact of the closure of borders have impacted large numbers of our tourism industry players. And recently we conducted a survey to seek the current scenario, or rather the current standing of our private sectors. And I believe there was already an announcement about how many percent that was in permanent closure. And I believe based on our survey, about 48% are currently not operating due to the international closure of borders. Yeah. So during the 20 months of hiatus of no international travels, Sabah Tourism Board have also been equally busy to assist our tourism industry players to be able to sustain and survive through this pandemic. And on behalf of the state government, we have disbursed monetary assistance through the 3 rounds of Bantuan Sabah Prihatin, BSP 1.0, BSP 2.0, and recently BSP 3.0. And we have helped, we have disbursed monetary assistance to about 1,042 tourist guides in the state, about 531 tour operators, companies, about 300 hotels, 27 of the hotels are the 5 to 4-star hotels. 45 of those hotels are between 3 to 1 star, and with some of hotels that has no ratings, about 228 hotels or accommodations that receive this assistance through Sabah Tourism Board from the state government, and about 28 homestay associations. We have also assisted district tourism associations, about 27 district associations in the whole of Sabah. And among these also, there were 293 dive masters that have also been given some assistance, about 311 bus drivers, and about 112 boatmen. So we have been busy dispersing monetary assistance in order for the industry to be able to survive through. It is a very difficult time. So we did assist Sabah state government through these last 20 months. As I said earlier on, despite going through the pandemic, despite having gone through 20 months of no activity, for us in Sabah Tourism Board, we continuously market and promote Sabah. Even in 2020, last year, we held some marketing and communication initiatives, going on some virtual travel fairs, wedding fairs in last year, going through local online fairs, MATTA online fairs. So we have participated in several virtual fairs, as I said earlier on, to position Sabah to be top of the mind. We've also worked with a few push campaign with Malaysia Airlines, as well as the hotels, as well as tour operators. We also did domestic sales push campaigns, as well as the Bah Marilah Sabah campaign. So we held 2 Bah Marilah Sabah campaign. The first one was Bah Marilah Sabah campaign, and it was followed suit with Bah Marilah Kau Kau campaign. These are all the different campaigns that we have coordinated and worked together with the industry players in order for us to be able to sustain, as well as be top of the mind for our local travelers, especially the domestic travelers. So for 2021, our domestic campaign, we have just completed several virtual campaign, or rather for virtual travel fairs. We were with SATA, Sabah Virtual Travel. We will be with SATA, Sabah Virtual Travel Fair in November. We had the Wedding Malaysia's Virtual Wedding Festival. We had about 5 companies that joined us. We have been conducting live session chat on Instagrams, IG videos, also with interaction sessions on Facebook. We have also come up with a few high visibility campaign in Kuala Lumpur, Klang Valley. So part of our domestic campaign and support have been going through digital campaigns, high visibility advertisements, social media, as well as online travel fairs. And hopefully, like Datuk Tan says, hopefully if MATTA is able to conduct the physical travel fairs, Sabah Tourism Board will be going strong and also supporting the MATTA's initiatives to have physical travel fairs back to in Kuala Lumpur. Having heard from the effect of the COVID to our tourism industry, where are we going? As what Datuk Tan said, rebuilding tourism is of course a priority, but we are also of the opinion that the tourism sector must become more sustainable. and resilient in the future. We have learned our lessons. It's a painful lesson for everyone. However, we're not alone. It is a global crisis, and it is very important for us to be more focused when the reopening of the borders are imminent. And among the key priorities that we have laid out is restoring travelers' confidence. I think that was also mentioned both by our Assistant Minister as well as Datuk Tan, supporting tourism business to adapt and survive, promoting domestic tourism and supporting safe return of international tourists, as what Datuk Tan says, having internationally recognized safety and hygiene protocols is very important. It should not be just guidelines based on what we feel and based on how we conduct our travel practices, but it has to be supported by internationally recognized bodies. I believe the Malaysia Hotel Association have worked with MOTAC as well as NIOSH to come up with safe and hygiene protocol, which is practiced by the Hotel Association. And of course, MATTA is working with Bureau Veritas to have new guidelines for safety and hygiene protocols. So these are the international, Bureau Veritas is among those internationally recognized bodies that is useful and important for us to work with. Yeah, providing clear and transparent information to travelers and businesses and limiting uncertainty. This is part of the travelers' confidence also. Evolving response measures to maintain capacity in the sector and addressing gaps in supports. Yeah, this is where we look at the infrastructure as well as supporting the local players. Strengthening cooperation within and between stakeholders. It must always be transparent and open communication between our local stakeholders, especially for us as a government agency. Having open and transparent conversation, continuous conversation with the local stakeholders, especially the associations that we have in Sabah, namely MATTA players, MATTA members. We have the SATA members, we have the STA in Sabah, we also have the MA as well as MIBA. So continuous conversation with our local stakeholders is very important in order for us to move forward. Building more resilience among tourism players, gearing towards sustainable tourism. As you all know, sustainability is the buzzword, especially more so during the pandemic right now. However, sustainable tourism practices, we still have a long way for us. It is good to hear from the ecotourism stakeholders that sustainable travel will be among the more popular traveling trend that will be, as you can see, the Euromonitor Voice of the Consumer Travel fielded in January 2021, 48% of global consumers choose sustainable travel features versus 52% of mass market options in 2021. I was given the subject of branding, image branding for the destination. Basically, what is destination branding? As we all know, the term describes a brand-centric orientation of a geographical area, such as tourism destinations. In our case, it is Sabah, and the goal is to position the destination branding to make the destination look attractive, credibly, and also distinctly different among the rest of the destinations around the region. You all are, I think most of you are familiar with our destination logos. The Visit Sabah Malaysian Borneo, the Best of Borneo destination logo, and lastly, the recent one is the Enchanting Sabah Malaysian Borneo. And this was launched in January 2020. Unfortunately, it was just before the pandemic hit us, and we have continued using the Enchanting Sabah Malaysian Borneo as our new positioning for Sabah as a destination. Sabah's image as a destination. As you all know, Sabah is popular for eco treasures offerings. Yeah, it is from mountain high to ocean deep. We have superb beaches, idyllic islands, rich cultural heritage. We also have World Heritage sites, unique flora and fauna, and of course, warm, friendly people. This is what we have always been positioning Sabah as. And with the current trend, looking at what they call slow travel, all these offerings will also be relevant. Destinations needs a brand to help us position, and then emphasizing the uniqueness of our offerings. Sabah is known, as I said earlier on, for our diverse tourism offerings. So part of our marketing strategies and branding is actually to create positive images and unique identity of what we can offer. We would, there's no size that fits all. However, with the destination branding, it can be complex, and understanding the basics of our essential offerings is a way to go for us. We have to carefully analyze our brand and compare ourselves with the nearby destination. When the reopening of international borders, we will not be the only one who are trying to capture the market. So we have to be able to be relevant, and we have to study the market needs, the trends. As the trend is going for slow travel, a lot of people are going nearer, not long haul immediately. And as Datuk Tan says, we have a captured market within the region. One of the market, or rather one of the strategies during for reopening of international borders would probably be bubble travel. Sabah is still in the talks with certain bubble travel initiatives, namely with Singapore, and we hope that once Langkawi and Singapore does their bubble travel, we will also be able to follow suit. However, currently, with the only 1st of November that interstate travel will be allowed, our concentration will definitely, of course, be domestic travelers. Yeah. Transforming our destination branding. It has been mentioned earlier on, there is a critical role of trust that we have to build with tourists, or rather visitors. It is a two-way traffic. It's not only creating trust from the travelers, but we also must have confidence. The local operators, our local players must have confidence. And I believe just now there was a question whether what happens if when we reopen our state for interstate travel, and what happens if cases comes up again. And I think it was rightly answered by Datuk Tan also. However, we have to put in our risk mitigation strategies involving all stakeholders. And so one of the more important thing is being able to gain their confidence of traveling, to make sure that all our local players are ready and have put the new protocols, safety and hygiene protocols in place. Hence, we would also encourage all our tourism players to be able to come on board MATTA for the accreditation, or rather the Bureau Veritas accreditation for safety and hygiene protocols. Destination brands need to be flexible in future. There were some talks about insurance and all that, and utilizing data for analytics also will be able to help us define our target audiences. The future is still very uncertain. It is necessary for us to be resilient and able to adapt to changes quickly. And I believe today you will be hearing a lot of insights from the different agencies as well as different segments of the tourism industry. You will be hearing from the hotelier's perspective. You will be hearing from a tour operator perspective from Mr. Albertio. I believe Alex will also be talking in terms of community as well as issue challenges faced by the Kinabatangan area, the group from Kita. So there will be a lot of exchanges today, and we hope that we will also be able to hear and learn from the feedbacks that will be shared today. Creating experiences is one of the key factors for destination branding. Being authentic, being creative, and to stand out among the different destinations around the region. Using the art of storytelling, being personal, tailoring our messaging, engaging with the community, and using the power of technology, basically a lot of photography and videos and all that. Interacting on social media, exploring AI to create personal travel experiences, and using virtual realities to get people to familiarize with unknown destinations. So over the last 20 months, we have had to reach out to our audience. We have had to reach out to our audience through all this technology. So again, tourism being a person-to-person industry, we cannot just depend on social media as well as virtual tourism. What we need is for people to travel again. And we hope that this will come sooner or later. But we hope that our industry players are also ready in curating, not just coming, it's no longer the same thing, using pre-COVID times, creating travel experiences, but we have to be relevant, we have to be creative in order for us to be able to fit into the new norm. I think Sabah, being very blessed with natural beauty, natural outstanding tourism products, being authentic is very important because we can stand out among the destinations in the region. Safe and responsible travel alerts and protocols, as I said earlier on, travel authorization process forms, we have all these in place, pre-arrival COVID testing options, although this is not, like Dr. Keltan said, it's a hassle traveling today, and we hope that with the constant changes or constant improvement in the restriction, we will be able to have lesser hassle in traveling, especially for domestic also. Perhaps the long haul travel will still have more strict protocols in place, but the domestic, now when we go to Kuala Lumpur, we do not need to do a PCR test. So these kind of less hassle traveling will be able to encourage domestic traveling market soon. For Sabah Tourism Board, rebouncing and recovering and restarting strategies. I think I've also shared this with many of our colleagues and many of our friends in the industry players. Rebuilding consumers' confidence, as I said earlier on. And how do we do that? Utilizing social media as a tool to publicize positive news. And we hope we will be able to revive familiarization trips. These fam trips will be different from what we used to have before. The main objective to have fam trips would be to show what is the safety and hygiene protocols we have in place here. and a collaboration with well-established brands, ASEAN community-based tourism compliance for rural tourism products, and herd immunity, as well as safe and clean accreditation. These are some of the important elements for us to rebuild consumers' confidence. Supporting the industry, I said earlier on, during the past 20 months, we've also been involved in disbursing government assistance. But not only that, we are also involved in upskilling for tourism players. We have conducted key tourism training, we have supported the Sabah Tourist Guide Association. We've also conducted training for MICE business players, the certification for meetings practitioners, and we will be holding a few more, and this is part of our effort to help the industry players to upskill themselves before the reopening of the borders. Destination online training for overseas trade, we have continuously been working and partnering with overseas office, especially Tourism Malaysia offices overseas. We've had several webinars as well as industry training or destination online training. So we have not stopped. However, we've been using technology, online training all the way. Participating in virtual physical fair, not physical fairs yet, but for virtual roadshows. We have participated recently, and I think upcoming, as I said earlier, we will be participating with MATTA, but also international shows like ITB Asia, ITCMA. We will be on board for World Travel Mart Online and a few more. Before we start attending physical roadshows. Rural tourism support to enhance guest experience. As you know, the state government have allocated 10 million ringgit to support rural tourism rural tourism players as well as other small product owners to maintain as well as upgrade their tourism products. And Sabah Tourism Board is responsible to assist in the disbursing of the budget, or rather the fund that was allocated by the state government. Supporting the development of tourism satellite account, this will be able to help us or rather guide us in terms of our strategies and our planning, where we are able to see what sort of impact and where does tourism support the different industries in the state. Enhancing potential segments, we're looking into business events. As I said earlier on, we have a few trainings for the industries, identifying more high-yield tourism products and packages, and also building up medical tourism potentials, and working closely with the Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council. And of course, as you all know, 96% of our tourists before have to fly in, and air accessibility is very important, very crucial for us. Hence, engagement with airlines in order to re-establish air connectivity is very important for Sabah Tourism Board. We will be coming up with special airlines incentives in order for us to continue to encourage either new routes as well as to sustain routes that have been flown before pre-COVID. And of course, as I said earlier on, today we don't have any international flights, but in order for us to sustain or rather encourage them to restart the routes again, we will be having special airlines incentives and also strategic collaboration with trade partners. So getting ready for interstate travel. I said earlier on, we will be participating. So we will have SATA Virtual Travel Fair in November. B2B sessions with MATTA. We hope this will be able to be conducted. Sabah webinar with Malaysia Airlines Sydney, and we've also been talking to Malaysia Airlines in Auckland. Webinars with the Nordic trade players. So we have been having not just the domestic travel, but also long-haul conversation with our partners overseas. And also in order to support our tourism players, we have waived tourism fees for a few of the virtual travel fairs, and this is part of our support to the local tourism industry players. It is no point for Sabah Tourism Board to just go in and participate on our own. We are quite redundant if our players are not with us. So the support as well as the participation of the tour operators and the hotels in our participation in travel fairs, either virtual or physical, is very important for us. And in order for us to encourage more of our tourism partners, we have waived the participation fees. We will also be having the domestic campaign with Boost called Mansau Sabah Boostku. This is part of Sabah Tourism's effort in order to stimulate domestic travel. This will encourage domestic travelers to purchase tourism products through Boost, and they will get a rebate or rather vouchers worth 100 ringgit. We have allocated about 500,000 ringgit as for the campaign. We will also have tactical digital sales campaign with AirAsia's Snap platform, and this we hope we will be able to conduct this in December 2021. So these are some of the campaigns that we have laid out in order to position and market Sabah while we're waiting for international borders to open. Last month, we have conducted a survey to see what sort of attractions have completed the vaccination exercise, and we are very happy that most of our government-owned tourism attractions have completed, or rather all the employees have completed their vaccination. So these are among the areas that can safely reopen, especially during when 1st of November we can receive domestic travelers. Part of our strategies are also guided by the surveys that we have conducted. And our research team are busy and they are planning for a few surveys. We will have the tourism business survey, domestic traveler sentiment survey also. We have been receiving airline feedback survey to gauge how our partners, especially the airline industry, will be able to support our marketing strategies as well as our plans in the reopening of when our borders are open. And of course, we conducted the industry vaccination survey 1.0 and 2.0. So we had in order for us to get the most recent or rather most updated industry vaccination status for our players. And this is part of the putting confidence for our travelers as well as our local stakeholders. We're also looking at the digitalization and big data initiatives, like I said earlier on, supporting or rather conducting the TSA account. We will be conducting online hotel inventory survey, hotel occupancy survey, and tourism dashboard. In terms of air connectivity, which is very crucial, we are also looking at, we have done analysis of the long-haul travel and the onward or rather forward booking analysis, as well as the analysis on European arrivals and air passengers traffic from Europe to Sabah via main hubs. And we have looked at several hubs like Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Hong Kong, or even as far as Xiamen, and getting airlines report. We will be conducting several key tourism product survey. We have a Mabul Island profile survey. This is basically for the diving market, as well as you know, pre-COVID, the islands are very popular, especially for our Chinese as well as Korean travelers. We will have Mantanani Island Profile Survey, the potential of Tulu's Rural Tourism Study, and also the Kadamayan's Rural Tourism Study. So all these studies and surveys will be able to help us chart our way and also strategically plan our marketing and branding images. Going digital and sharing our stories. We have conducted several Sabah Tourism Live sessions. If you have joined us, the Enchanting Sabah Live, we've had live on-site talks, we've had webinars, we have been working together with our tourist guide associations as well as our key partners, tourism product owners, as well as some of our key local presenters like Faris Aziz. We've had also Dr. Wong sharing his story with his Borneo Sun Bears. We've had the live session at Shangri-La Rasaria Resort. We've had live session. This was done in the evening. It was very interesting, and this was done by Sukau Rainforest Lodge. We've also had Grace Leong, and I think last week we had the interesting local nature guide talk. Yeah. Some of our tourism high visibility currently in Kuala Lumpur, like I said earlier on, we continue to promote and market Sabah continuously, making sure that we are top of the mind, and when we are ready, as you know, we don't know, we are very uncertain as when our borders are open. So being top of the mind for any audience, especially the domestic market, is essential for us. And as you all know, tourism marketing, we cannot do it when tomorrow the borders are open, only tomorrow we do marketing. We can't. So we have continuously and done our marketing in Kuala Lumpur for domestic. I shared just now, we had the Bah Marilah campaign. We had two sessions. We had the first one, Bah Marilah, and then the Kau Kau edition. So all these were done immediately as soon as domestic travel were able to be conducted. And recently we have done exercise to ensure that we are able to garner more followers on our social media. I think you have heard the key speaker earlier on, Dr. Gana, talking more about tourism, ecotourism, and how rural community should be able to be given the empowerment as well as to manage their local resources. As you know, Sabah Tourism have been pushing rural tourism or community-based tourism since 2014. And during the pandemic, more so, rural tourism is important for us because we have had to depend on local or Sabahans to move around in order for us to make sure that our rural tourism products are able to sustain and tourism activities are able to be conducted within Sabah alone. So Go Rural has been one of the key tourism products and that we've had, promoting the uniqueness of the rural area that we have, so that our locals in Sabah are also able to garner tourism income, not just at the urban area, but also the rural areas. Yeah. We have the Sabah homestay, and we hope that it is our goal that our rural tourism players will be able to be to reach the community-based tourism, the ASEAN tourism standards by at least by 2025. So this is one of our strategy to improve the brand or our community-based tourism brands. I think some of our, or rather a few of our local tourism products have also received ASEAN Tourism Standard Awards pre-COVID. This just shows that our local tourism products are also able to compete with regional tourism products, especially in the ASEAN region. So all our marketing activities are in line with the Enchanting Sabah brand. We are, as you all know, we are on several different platforms. We are on Facebook, we are visible on Twitter, Instagram, and also YouTube. Yeah. And we are also we are on WeChat and Weibo. These are for our China market, and we have been very strong on our Facebook and Instagram. We have several Instagram accounts. As you all know, Instagram is changing travel irreversibly and plays a significant role in the success of destination branding. Instagram is seen to be more realistic, yeah, and the sharing of photographic journeys by key influencers is very important in order for us to rather than having a stage marketing images, travelers are now looking at more realistic and more accessible tourism products to make sure that the destination becomes a preferred location, as well as to increase our reach faster. So, and YouTube, this is bringing our brand live with video marketing. Nowadays, visuals are the actual cornerstone of the travel industry. Selling not just tangible, but intangible experiences. We need strong visual, attractive visual arguments, and it is critical in inspiring and also in the decision making of the travelers. So achieving the best version of the destination branding will determine the success of almost every marketing strategies. We believe that marketing is a lot of trial and error. However, if you do not try, as it says here, action may not always bring happiness, but there is no happiness if there's no action. So we look forward to the opening of the borders. However, we have to be we're happy that from the 1st of November, the domestic travel will be reactivated again, and we hope that our tourism players are ready. As you know, Sabah Tourism Board will continuously promote and market Sabah strategically and more focused, especially during post-COVID. And we hope we will be able to garner support. I believe during this pandemic, with the decline of travelers, we will be able to continue, able to continue to chart our ways and compete among the different tourism destination in Malaysia, not just regionally, but we will definitely we cannot treat our destination just as a product that we're selling. We have to create and curate what we are selling. And remember, popular destinations sometimes live beyond the hype. And we hope that we will remain in people's long-lasting memories. And that's what we want to do. Able to position Sabah and not just in terms of the Enchanting Sabah branding, but the image of promoting our conservation, our flora and fauna, as well as the people of Sabah, basically. Yeah. So with that, I hope I have been able to share with you some of our strategies and how we will be marketing Sabah in the near future. And do do share with us your opinions. And as I said, marketing, there's no size that fits all. We have to be flexible, and we have to be adaptable. We have to be ready anytime, and most importantly, we have to be relevant to the needs of the travelers. So with that, thank you. Till we meet again, Koto Huadan, terima kasih. Oscar, am I on time, or have I taken over most of,
Okay, Puan
right?
Noreda. Yeah, I mean, quite on time. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you so much, Puan Noreda Othman, the CEO of Sabah Tourism Board, for the insightful and also lengthy presentation, yeah, about several strategies by the Sabah Tourism Board to uplift and also to promote, I might say re-promote the tourism industry back again for our state Sabah. Puan Noreda, there are several questions, okay, in the chat box. I think I will read several questions to you for your response. Hopefully we have enough time for that, yeah? Okay, the first question to Madam Noreda Othman is from Mr. Alexander Yee. The question is, based on the mild, medium, and severe scenario of tourist arrival for 2020 and 2021, what did we achieve in terms of those figures? Yeah. You have any response for that, Madam Noreda?
Thanks, Alex. And those figures were based on PATA, as well as the survey that was conducted. However, as you know, things are evolving, and while the borders are not open, there's a lot of uncertainties, and these scenarios will change. Yeah, because we are still closed. Borders are still closed, and I think we will be able to get different results by the end of 2021. As I showed to you earlier on, based on our January to June figures, it's very small. Yeah, I would believe that I don't know whether this is debatable, but we are more at the severe category right now because of the length and the continuous closure of borders that we have had to experience. I hope that answers your question.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Madam Noreda. Second question, I think this is not a question from Dr. Belvinda Kaur-Clare, just a remarks by Dr. Bell. Okay, she mentioned that just for your information, our tourism management program here in the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy students participated in the Bah Marilah Sabah campaign last year. Promotional videos were produced after FAM tours to Kudat, Sandakan, Lahadatu, Tawau, and Kota Belud. So she mentioned also, students, your next project awaits. Let's do our part to promote tourism in Sabah 2021, Sabah Boleh. So that's a very good word from Dr. Belvinda Kaur-Clare, yeah, for us, especially Sabahans, to work together to promote the tourism in our state. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bell.
Yeah. The next question from Azhar Othman. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Given your focus on sustainable tourism, how will you tailor your approach to the likely influx of Chinese tourists post COVID-19, considering also that revenues lost needs to be recovered fast? Okay, this is an interesting question. I'll pass to you, Puan Noreda.
Well, the China market, pre-COVID China market was low-hanging fruit market. And one of the success of the China market is because of the presence of so many flights that we had. As you know, we had almost 100 flights out of China every week pre-COVID. But when we open our international borders, we don't know which market will be ready to travel to our destination. Yeah, although China have been said to be among those that will come back faster than other destination, but as you know, even China currently are still limiting their citizens in terms of traveling. It's not that they stop their citizens in traveling, but they have so many restrictions, and that does hamper the need, or rather the want of traveling. And currently they are they're satisfied with domestic travel within China. So China does not necessarily be the market that will come back immediately when we open international borders. And I do agree earlier on with Dr. Gana that we have to look regionally, perhaps looking into BIM-IAGA, and sustainable tourism is sometimes easier said than done. We have to make sure that our tourism players, our product owners are also in line with our aspiration to have sustainable travels. Yeah, because for us to promote sustainable travel is easy, but when it comes to the ground, to the field, all the practices is done by the tour operators, the product owners, and all that, and it will be mostly out of our hand. However, Sabah Tourism Board will continuously encourage our tourism players to come on board sustainable travel practices and all that, the best practices for sustainable travel. I think that's as far as we can do and we can go, but we hope post-COVID we are able to restart in the right way, yeah, move forward in the right way. Yeah, yes. I think we've had 20 months of churning and deciding how are we going to move forward after this.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Madam Noreda. I think you have answered also the question by Albertio here, where he mentioned that Sabah is so blessed to have so many eco treasures to reinforce our brand. And how do we protect these eco treasures to ensure that they are sustainable? So you mentioned the groundwork is very important. You have answered this question. I think I'll pick up one last question. Okay. There are several. Maybe if we can ask for your kindness to reply, to respond to this question in the chat box later, yeah, Madam
Okay.
Narrator. Yeah. So, but one last question, just for Sabah Tourism Board. This is from Mark Louis Benedict, 8 Malaysia. With NIOSH safety and hygiene accreditation mentioned, will it be expanded to include all spectrum of tourism players, such as local homestays, bed and breakfast, etc., and also all the tourism hotspots in Sabah? And are there plans to also certify the human tourism capital, such as terrestrial and marine tour guides, diverse boatmen, to be accredited as part of this? Yeah.
That's quite a mouthful.
Yeah.
However, thanks, Mark. And I think these are what we can look at next, and it's a great suggestion. And definitely, I promise to look into it. And although we may not be able to conduct all this at one go, but we hope, like I said, on our chart, on our road to make sure that our players do conduct sustainable practices or best practices, we are also able to help them do all this accreditation. Yeah, but I cannot promise that it will be done by Sabah Tourism Board, but we hope that we will be able to partner perhaps with UMS, or even, as I said earlier on, with the different association. We are able to partner and support this accreditation exercise. And after all, would be for the benefit of our tourism players as well as the industry. It's a great suggestion. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the response, Madam Noreda Othman. Yeah, indeed, strategic partnership is crucial. Yeah, to build a resilient tourism industry post COVID-19. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, Puan Noreda Othman, the Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Tourism Board. Thank you so much for your time, Madam Noreda.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now, our next presenter. Okay, in this next presentation, we will be learning about the COVID-19 and tourism business issues and challenges faced by Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operators Association, KITA, by Mr. Alexander Yee Kok Sen, the President of Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operators Association. Mr. Alexander Yee holds a Bachelor of Science degree with honors in Hotel, Restaurant, and Travel Administration from the University of Massachusetts, the United States of America, and he is also an entrepreneur. He currently operates hospitality lodges along the Kinabatangan River, Sepilok, and Libaran Island, all on the eastern coast of Sabah and near Sandakan. He is also a holder of the Malaysia Book of Record, as he owns and operates the first upside-down house in Malaysia, the Rumah Terbalik. Yeah. And Mr. Alexander is also one of the founding members and the president of the award-winning Conservation Association, the Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operator Association. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Alexander for the next presentation. Mr. Alexander Yee, please.
Thank you, Oscar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I just passed the afternoon timeline down here, and each time Sabah Tourism presents the slides on Sabah, and this time by Puan Norida, I honestly feels like going to the place. Then I realize I'm actually in Sabah already. Okay, without further ado, I would like to thank Borneo Tourism Research Centre for organizing this conference, and I do wish Dr. Jennifer and the team every success towards this. Now, the presentation I'm going to share, let me try to get it on the screen.
Do you want us to share the presentation, Mr. Alex?
I should be able to get it. Let me
oh, you'll be able to share. Okay. Yeah.
Rejected it.
Yeah. Do you want... Okay. Yeah, we will share. We'll share the present. Okay. Yeah. Give us 1 or 2 minutes to upload the presentation. Yeah.
Now, while you're setting that up, the title that has been given to me is actually COVID-19 in tourism business issues and challenges faced by KITA. Having heard what the previous speakers have shared, it is obvious that the challenges that we are facing right now, a lot of it is actually on the macro level. Things like closing of the border, not being able to travel, not having to do interstate cross-district travel. So that's actually beyond KITA, beyond the association in Kinabatangan itself. What I would like to, in fact, share is that as an association, I think from having been set up 10 years ago, we have always been ready to run the business as well as to remain a sustainable outfit. So as such, when COVID came in, it is, though unprecedented, we are somewhat more ready than a lot of the outfits around Sabah itself. So in today's presentation, it will take on a sharing type of concept. I will not be claiming that I am the authority to be able to speak on this, but I would like to share with everybody what we did in KITA and why I think that this is the right approach forward for every district or destination organization within Sabah and not Malaysia itself. Yeah, we will take on a brief introduction on this presentation, this sharing, and then I will touch on KITA, what the Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operator Association is about. Is everybody getting static, or is just Albert only? Can everybody?
Sorry, Mr. Alexander. Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Seems like your microphone has a cracking sound.
Why don't I stop the mic? Yeah? Why don't I stop using the mic?
Can you try again?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, this is better. Yeah, this is much better.
Okay.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, I'll keep to that then.
Yeah.
All right, I will share with everybody on pre-conservation levy programs, and then what happened to our programs after conservation levy, and then what impact does COVID-19 has on Kinabatangan and on the members of the association, and of course the challenges that we face ahead. I need you to help me to change the slide. Okay. Now, for those who have not been to Sabah, other than the fact that you should visit us after all this have settled down, that Sandakan is actually located on the east coast of Sabah, and it is the second largest city of Sabah. It became the capital of Sabah in 1884, and after World War II, the capital was moved to Jesutan. Jesutan, as most of us will know, that it subsequently changed the name to Kota Kinabalu. Now, Sandakan City is known as Nature City, and it is the gateway to popular tourism destinations such as the Turtle Island Park, Orangutan Rehabilitation Centre, the Borneo Sun Bear Conservation Centre, Gomantong Caves, and the Kinabatangan Wildlife Sanctuary. Now, in today's session, I will share about KITA, the Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operator Association, which is the association that's been set up for the operators within that area, and how it was formed, and the reason why we should be happy that KITA has been formed. Next slide, please. On the January 31st, 2008, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment, this is on the federal side, organized a stakeholder consultative workshop naming and titled the Policy Direction and Action for Kinabatangan Corridor of Life, or KECO. That workshop is to map out policies that will ensure sustainable development being carried out. Now, stakeholders from various industries within the area, such as the oil palm industries, the tourism industries, the local communities, NGOs, plus government departments such as DO office, health department, were invited to attend and to give input and views of the matters. It was proposed to then set up a multi-stakeholder committee called the Kinabatangan Management Committee. And this was actually submitted to the cabinet, and they have actually given it back to the ministry for further fine-tuning. Now, one of the recommendation action was the formation of a Lodge Operator Association. KITA was then formed 27th of June 2009. Note, it is more than 10 years ago. Yeah? Next, please. Now, the mission then for KITA is to promote and implement a globally recognized sustainable tourism within the KECO area that is beneficial for both people, the planet, as well as for profit. The vision is to create a rainforest corridor along the Kinabatangan River by connecting the coastal mangrove swamp with the upland rainforest where people, wildlife, and natural-based tourism and local forest industry will thrive and support each other. If you were to see the map on the right-hand side, no, back to that one. Yep, map See lot number 1, lot number 2, 3, 4, 5. Interestingly, when Kiko was formed, the Kinabatangan Wildlife Sanctuary was formed, the map does not look like this. The whole Kinabatangan Wildlife Sanctuary consists of 40,000 hectares. And right now, it is being downsized to about 28,000 hectares. Because of the downsizing exercise, you will see dot number 2 linked to number 3. 3 is not linked to number 5. 5 is linked to the rest of the lots. Because in between these lots, private enterprises have taken up those lands and turn it into plantations, into other activities. Yeah. So then, the important is to create a corridor of life, to plant trees to link all these trees and to 5. Safeguard. This is the other objective of KITA, is to safeguard and protect tourism natural assets by introducing and promoting better natural management practices of natural assets in various forums, establish working relationship with NGO and other relevant expert groups. And also, this is important, to establish a sustainable funding mechanism to finance conservation and support the wildlife department as the keeper of the sanctuary. Now, let me take a bit of time to explain this conservation levy. We started off doing a VCL, which is a voluntary conservation levy. What it does is every tourist or every visitors that come down and stay with the members lodge, they will then decide whether they want to contribute a certain amount of money, which at that time was $5 towards a fund. Now, this fund is then managed by KITA to run sustainable conservation activities such as tree planting, working with the communities, as well as doing other regulatory work. Now, this VCL was subsequently changed to CL, which is conservation levy. Now, before we changed to CL, VCL, we were running it on a few years. Yeah? Next slide, please. When we were doing the CL, this was happening. We were able to develop and implement better management practices that ensure sustainable development of the tourism industry in Kekor. KITA, using the money, is to engage with other NGOs such as WWF to help us formulate good environmental practices, and with Sabah Wildlife Department, Code of Conduct for Wildlife Viewing. If you look at the slides on the right-hand side, you will see there are 3 visitors in Kinabatangan visiting one of the members' lodge, and they are generating their own electricity. So in this lodge, if you want to have extra power, you actually just pedal your way through, you know. And then on the lower side of the slide, you will see this is happening in most of our member lodges, that we will build our lodge around the trees. So we don't chop trees down. We will make sure that we will conserve or protect as many trees as possible. We will build the lodge around them. Next slide, please. Now, pre-conservation levy programs. Basically, these programs are lower impact programs, low cost as well. Yeah, we go into tree plantings activities. We have planted over 1,800 trees during a span of a year. We create awareness for the association. You will see that we make courtesy visits to government agencies such as the Municipal Council in Sandakan itself. And then we work with NGOs. One of the activities we did was we became part sponsor of a patrolling unit with the Danau Giram Field Center in Lower Kinabatangan. Next, please. Now, Oscar rightly pointed out that that I sit in as the ESCO in the award-winning association because in 2013, in recognition of the work done by KITA, Sabah Tourism Board actually gave all the lodge members an award that is for the work that we've been doing at the sanctuary itself. Yeah. Next, please. Now, why is Kinabatangan important to us? It is the second longest river in Malaysia with a length of 560 kilometers. It is 260,000 hectares in size. It is Malaysia's largest Ramsar and also Sabah's first Ramsar site. Yeah? David Attenborough, when he visited Kinabatangan in 1972, actually said this, that life on Earth is not evenly spread around our planet. Borneo, the world's third largest island, is one of its richest treasure houses, full of immense variety of wild animals and plants, all living in magnificent tropical forests. So Sir David, a very renowned conservationist, actually acknowledges the value of the Lower Kinabatangan Sanctuary. Next, please. Next slide. Yep. Now, the Lower Kinabatangan Sanctuary is also a place where large wildlife such as the pygmy elephant and the orangutan can be sighted along the river. It is known as two of the only places on Earth where 10 primates can be found. It is in its natural habitat. It's not a zoo setting, it is natural. And 688 species of resident and migratory birds are found and recorded in Kinabatangan. And of these, 54 of those are endemic to Borneo. 8 species of hornbills can all be seen here in the Lower Kinabatangan Sanctuary. Next, please. The indigenous people of Kinabatangan is known as the Orang Sungai, literally translated as the river people. They are predominantly Muslim and they make a living through boat making and fishing. In recent years, with tourism coming into the area, a lot of them has in fact started to go into plantation as well as tourism. It is vital, therefore, that when we embark on our tourism journey, we do not leave the community behind. And KITA is set up with this very purpose in mind, actually. Next, please. Now, in 2014, a very interesting event and a milestone happened for KITA. We met up with the then Minister of Tourism, Datuk Seri Panglima Mansur. Explained to him the mechanism of KITA and what our progress is. He, in fact, just 5 years ago, did the launching of the association. So he is aware of the existence of the association. So we were there to give him an update on the progress. And he was so pleased with the progress, he pledged full support for the association and asked that SWD, which is Sabah Wildlife Department, work together with the association towards regulating the tourism activities down there and making sure that all tourism operators, if they want to continue to operate along the river, will have to be a member of the association. So this is in 2014, 5 years after the formation of the association. Change, please. Next slide. Now, once that's done, we have also, the association have progressed from voluntary conservation levy to conservation levy. All the members of the association recognizes the importance to run this association properly. So we pledge among ourselves that each tourist that comes in and stay within the lodge, we will put in 10 Malaysian ringgit towards a consolidated fund within KITA. Yeah, this fund was subsequently reduced to 5 Malaysian ringgit, but we started out with 10 Malaysian ringgit. Now, we were not going to leave the running and the protection of the area to chances that it will not be by the generosity of the tourists. We ourselves would then pledge. So programs after the conservation levy, no longer VCL, but CL, it became more impactful, it became more big ticket item. Yeah, we continue to work with the government agency within the Lower Kinabatangan area. We built human capacity in the area. We conducted lots of training for the locals down there to be wildlife guide as well as honorary wildlife warden. If you see at the bottom of this slide, all the members standing in front of opening plaque, that is actually a security post being set up at the mouth of the Kinabatangan River at Kampung Abai. Now, this is a security post that we funded for ESCOM, which is the East Coast Security Committee, towards the assurance that the lower Kinabatangan area will be a safe place. The whole construction costed the association 300,000. Now, this is only possible when we change from VCL to CL. And on the bottom right-hand corner is a picture with the then Chief Conservator of Forests, Datuk Sam. KITA also pledged the operation of a patrolling unit that goes around the whole lower Kinabatangan area at the cost of $80,000 per year. And we, in fact, bought the boat and passed it to Sabah Forestry Department to run the patrolling unit. Next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned, capacity building. If you see in 2015, the whole exercise cost about $150,000 to train 120 wildlife warden and wildlife guide. Now, why do I keep emphasizing the ticket of these activities? Is because it is important that as an association operating in such a special area, a Ramsar site, and a gift to the earth, we must have the money to run all these activities. In 2015, the association KITA also signed a memorandum of understanding with UMS, spearheaded by Dr. Jennifer, to do research findings of the tourism experience along the river. Now, this MOU didn't stop after it expired. We, in fact, have went on to sign a second MOU, and to date, we have presented three public findings, three public forums on the findings done by UMS as well as Murdoch University. Next slide, please. At this moment, out of the 33 lodges and the 3 homestay grouping along the Kinabatangan, only 10 operators and 1 homestay grouping are members of KITA. Now, remember what the Minister of Tourism at that time had pledged in 2014, that we will all become a member of the association. But to date, it's only 1/3 of operators along the river. When I spoke to Encik Muhammad Faharuddin Hamid, the Director of Tourism Malaysia, just mid of this year, he said that this is the future of the tourism industry under the new national tourism policy, that to protect the mother nature first, to encourage things that is long-lasting, focus more on responsible and sustainable tourism, to reach out to products that are more sustainable. Next slide, please. So what exactly does COVID has in terms of the operation of KITA? Because the title that was given to me to share with everybody down here is the challenges by KITA as far as COVID-19 is concerned. Actually, member lodges find that COVID-19 did not pose as much challenges as we have before COVID-19. What COVID-19 does is it stops operation, but not peculiar to the lower Kinabatangan area. In fact, the whole Malaysia, just not Sabah, the whole Malaysia, and in fact, the whole world, many countries cease receiving tourism into their land. Our area in lower Kinabatangan, by August this year, the state minister have in fact declared that we have one of the lowest vaccination rate. What KITA then did was contacted the Kinabatangan hospital and worked with them towards upping the vaccination rate. We pledged 500 bags of 5 kilogram rice towards every resident in Kinabatangan who has received 2 dosage of vaccination. And believe me, those 500 bags were given out, all were given out within 2 weeks of launching this campaign. So vaccination rate just last week, we have received very good news that the Sandakan area, including Kinabatangan, has in fact achieved almost 100% vaccination rate. So my point is, a lot of these challenges that we're facing is not because of COVID-19. Pre-COVID-19, we are already facing these challenges, and it carries on to COVID-19 period. Now, what are the challenges other than the low vaccination rate? Too many tourism stakeholders and no buy-in from the stakeholders. As mentioned just now, only 10 out of the 33 tourism operators are our members, and 1 homestay operators out of the 3 homestay operators. And basically, there is no willpower from the government agency. 10 years ago, the plan to set up a management committee was proposed by WWF to the state government at that time, and it was adopted. It was proposed then to the state government. Cabinet has in fact approved it with some requirement for fine-tuning, and 10 years down the road, the fine-tuning is still fine-tuning. You will remember, for those who have been following on the news of Kinabatangan, there is in fact a Sukau Bridge being proposed. Sukau Bridge has been on the agenda for the last 6 years now. The Sukau Bridge, in fact, has an effect of cutting and fragmenting the natural habitat for the wildlife even more. More so than the already fragmented, as I showed you just now, Lot 3 is not connected to Lot 4 is not connected to Lot 5. So it actually will cut Lot 3 out, to further divide Lot 3. And up to today, Kinabatangan is still not regulated. You remember the slides that we have training 120 wildlife wardens and wildlife guides. That program with Sabah Wildlife Department was subsequently put on hold because then the wildlife director of that time told us that the registration part of it, the government enactment part of it, has not caught up with the action, with what the minister has decreed. So we do not have the jurisdiction to, in fact, run a lot of the program that we want to run. This is, mind you, we have been set up for 10 years now. Yeah? So where do we go from here? Puan Norida have, in fact, rightly stated out that the tourism industry and the sector has to be sustainable and resilient in the future. But it is not up to Sabah Tourism Board. It is up to the ground operators. The ground operators in Kinabatangan is actually urging authorities to, in fact, regulate the lower Kinabatangan area for the sheer reason that it is a very, very special area. We would like to regulate it just so that we can collect important information such as tourist visit data. STB have been actively giving out grants to the ground, to tourist guide, to dive masters, to bus drivers, to boatmen during this challenging time. Now, from the Kinabatangan side, we do have feedback that some of the boatmen didn't receive this grant. It is not the fault of Sabah Tourism, it's because the channel of communication, in fact, is broken. Yeah? The boatmen themselves do not have a representation. So I believe with KITA in place, we are in fact the link between these ground people as well as government agencies such as Sabah Tourism Board. Datuk Keotan have said it is a good time to reset now. And we totally agree with him that it is a good time to reset the Kinabatangan area to regulate the tourism activities in the Kinabatangan area. Next slide, please. We do not want this to happen. Few of the entrepreneurs, private sector all get together, sit around a bonfire. We said, yes, the planet got destroyed. The area, the whole environment got destroyed. But for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for the shareholders. We do not want this. And before I share with you the latest video that KITA has done up together with the kind sponsorship from Sabah Tourism Board, I would like to share with you a very last slide, just to lift up the tone of this whole sharing a bit. I do not want to leave you with a very dead and serious tone, but next slide, please. Why are we very, very keen to protect the area. Imagine if there's only one tree left. All of them will be lining up to pee. So I see Oscar is smiling at least. Thank you very much. If you can share the video that we have done up in preparation for the reopening. And we would like to thank again Sabah Tourism Board for the kind support to, in fact, do up the video with us. And we look forward to invite everybody to come and visit us at the lower Kinabatangan area. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Alexander Yi, for that interesting presentation. Yeah, very, and also that interesting photo that you show us just now.
There is a video coming up, Oscar. I think your
oh,
site.
okay, yeah, there's a video. Yep. Yeah, we'll play the KITA video. Okay, let's wait for our secretary to play the video. Sorry, there is a technical problem. We'll try to replay the video. Huh? Yeah, I think we have a technical problem at the moment. Mr. Alexander, we are sorry for that, but we'll play the video during our lunch break.
All right. Sure.
Yeah, together with several other promotional videos.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for that, and thank you so much, Mr. Alexander Yi, the president of KITA, for the insightful and interesting presentation just now. I think we have one question, not a question, I think this is more of a statement, okay, from Mr. Albert Teo. The statement is that the authorities will need to realize that getting all the lodges, homestay to be certified and become members of KITA is for the long-term benefit of the local community. Do you want to respond to that statement, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Albertio is actually a very strong supporter of KITA. His lodge, an award-winning lodge in Sukau itself, in Kinabatangan, is in fact a member of the association, one of the founding member of the association. We totally agree that the authorities really need to get everybody to be certified. And Datuk Keotan rightly pointed out, it is a good time to reset ourselves now. Regulate the area and make sure everybody work together. Then we can conserve and make sure the area is sustainable for many more generations to come. We don't have to wait for a COVID to happen again.
Yep. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex, for the response. We have another one. One more question here from Mark Louis Benedict, APE Malaysia. What is the current entry requirement to be a KITA member? And perhaps if the requirements can be best suited or tiered, then more buy-in might happen, as most tourism stakeholders mushrooming up in the Kinabatangan now are mainly from the local Orang Sungai community.
Very good question from Mark. Mark is very aware of the situation down there. In fact, KITA has been very, very close to the ground of the operators within Kinabatangan. I myself have traversed up from the lowest part of Kinabatangan which is at Kampung Abai, right up to Sungai Lokam, to meet up with all the operators in the area. And just 2 years ago, we have also lowered our membership fees just to suit the budget for all the operators down there. I'll give you an example, the membership fees that we have to pay to be a member of KITA itself. We have to pay 1,000 to be a member of KITA. This is a serious association. It is a business association. The lodge operators in Sukau, the homestay operators in Sukau, when we realized that the amount is too great for them, we have then fine-tuned our constitution. The constitution is not set by us. It was set when we started to form the association. So we fine-tuned the association. All the homestay operator in Sukau itself can join in as one member. So there were 6 of them or 5 of them, and they would join in as one. So everyone would just chip in 200 ringgit, and they will come in as one member. Yeah. So and recently we have even lowered that 1,000 to 500 only. Now the benefit of this, for those who are tuning in right now, is this: we are the only area in the whole Sabah that all the member lodges, that includes the homestay, has first aid training on a regular basis. And we carry within the lodge itself an AED, which is the automated external defibrillator. That engine actually will jumpstart a heart when your tourists come in and has heart problem, for example. That engine will jumpstart the heart. You will see that machine in the airport and in some major shopping mall. That machine costs $10,000 just to buy. For $200 to join KITA, you get a $10,000 machine installed in your lodge. Because all the other operators like myself, Mr. Albert Teo, Datuk Kiao Tan, there is Mr. Eugene Tan, there is Amy Chin, there is Johnny Lim. All of us pool our resources together by contributing to this conservation levy. And then we pass on this money and share with everybody. So the entrance fee that Mark talked about is actually a very, very minimum amount that, in view of the big picture, it is actually a very minimum amount. Without money, what we are talking about is sustainable tourism, protecting a huge 26,000 hectare area, is just conversation. It will not be conservation. Yeah. So I hope that answers Mark's question. Yes, we are inclusive. The fees have gone down. Please ask your members to join us.
All right. Yeah, I think I can ask, if possible, if I can ask one more question, Mr. Alex,
yeah.
From, I think this is from Wendy as well, about Malaysian Palm Oil Board, okay, including Malaysian Palm Oil Board, MPOB, as the industry is doing their part to comply with the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil. We can encourage and guide them to make homestays inside the plantation to educate tourists to appreciate the goodness of palm oil and what we are complying to ensure quality as world producer. Do you have any response to that statement?
It's absolutely good suggestion.
Yeah.
Like I've mentioned, there's only 1/3 of us within the area itself, tourism operators, who are member of KITA. In terms of stakeholder in the area, we are the smallest because we occupy the least number of quantity of land space. Yeah? Each of our lot is about 5 acres, so there's 10 of us. You're looking at 50 acres in size combined, as compared to 28,000 hectares. So for MPOC as well as RSOP, if they would like to engage with the operators, yes, you can start engaging with KITA. We definitely will look forward to working with you. But then you are only reaching out to 1/3 of the tourism operators. Please push for the state government to make sure that they regulate everybody. Then you can reach out to all the tourism operators. I totally agree.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Alexander Yee, the president of KITA, with his presentation on COVID-19 and the tourism business issues and challenges faced by the Kinabatangan Corridor of Life Tourism Operators Association. Thank you so much, sir, for your time this morning. And with that note, I think, okay, we have fixed the technical problem. We'll start with the video first, yeah, before the announcement. All right, yeah. Now it's the audio technical problem, but yeah, we'll play the video alongside with other promotional video during the break later. Yeah, and on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize to Mr. Alex for that. And thank you so much, sir, for your time this morning again with the presentation. And that concludes the 3 presenters for the morning session. Yeah, we are now on a lunch break. We'll be back again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with another 3 presentations. The first one will be by Mr. Albert Teo, the Managing Director of Borneo Eco-Tours and Sukau Rainforest Lodge. The second presenter in the afternoon, we have Miss Fiona Hagen, the General Manager of Shangri-La Rosaria Kota Kinabalu. And the final presenter for this afternoon is Mr. Joanis Mogirong, the President of Sabah Homestay Association. And during this break, the organizing committee of this conference will be playing several promotional videos by our industry partners. Yeah, and we'll be back again at 2 o'clock and see you guys soon. Thank you.
Welcome to the jungle.
Selamat datang ke Kinabatangan. See you in Kinabatangan.
Welcome to the jungle.
Selamat datang ke Kinabatangan. See you in Kinabatangan.
Masih makan lagi?
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good break and ready to start with the afternoon session. Yeah, so for this afternoon session of day one of our regional tourism conference, there will be another 3 presenters for this afternoon session. So without further ado, maybe I can invite, okay, is Mr. Albert here? Yeah, I can see Mr. Albert, okay, on the camera. Thank you, boss. Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Albert Teo, the Managing Director of Borneo Eco-Tours and Sukau Rainforest Lodge. Mr. Albert Teo has been in the tourism industry for the last 40 years, since he graduated from the University of London in 1977. And at present, he is the Managing Director of Borneo Eco-Tours Sukau Rainforest Lodge. And in 2007, he set up his non-profit society, Borneo Ecotourism Solutions and Technologies, BEST Society. And Borneo Eco-Tours and Sukau Rainforest Lodge have won numerous international awards. Just to name a few, the first one is the Asia's Leading Green Hotel at the 17th World Travel Award 2010.
Dr. Oscar, we can't hear you, Dr. Oscar.
You want to do yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah. Dr. Borhan, can you hear me now?
Yes, clear now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear right now.
Sorry, Dr. Borhan. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, great. Yeah, so besides winning numerous international awards, Mr. Albert also has
Dr. Oscar, I think you are disconnected again. So is that okay if I give introductions of Mr. Albert? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Mr. Albert Teo has been the tourism industry for the last 40 years since he graduated from the University of London, 1977. At present, he is the managing director of Borneo Eco-Tours and Sukau Rainforest Lodge. In 2007, he set up his non-profit society, Borneo Ecotourism Solutions and Technologies, BEST Society. Borneo Eco-Tours and Sukau Rainforest Lodge have won numerous international awards, including Asia's leading green hotel at the 17th World Travel Award 2010, the 2014 Wild Asia Responsible Awards, Best in Community Engagement and Development. The 2015 First Place Honoree of ETC USA Educational Travel Community Responsible Tourism Showcase, 2015 PATA MATTA Tourism Inspire Award for Best Independent Accommodations, 2019 MATTA Best Tour Operator Award for Responsible Tourism, 2019 PATA MATTA Gold Award winner for Corporate Social Responsibility, to name few. Mr. Albert Teo also has published 10 books. Some of these include the best-selling Sabah Land of the Sacred Mountain, Journey Through Borneo, Saving Paradise, The Story of Sukau Rainforest Lodge, co-authored with Carol Patterson, and the latest book, A Souvenir of Sabah, Malaysian, Borneo. For this conference, Mr. Albert will be presenting a paper about approaches and strategies as ways to move forward in the new normal, learning from the tour and lodge operator. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Albert for the presentation. Mr. Albert, please. Mr. Albert, we can't hear you. I think you are muted.
How is that?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Good afternoon. I hope you all have a good virtual lunch. Okay, my topic this afternoon is about basically Sukau Rainforest Lodge. I have to qualify this. It is our own perspective. It may not be applicable to everybody, because every lodge has its unique selling proposition. Are you all able to hear my voice? I got a bit sorry voice at the moment. Jennifer, can you hear well?
Yes, we can. Albert, go ahead.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. Let me. Okay. I got 13 slides or so to share over the next 3/4 of an hour. My experience is probably quite different from most of us who have lodges in the jungle, because I operate with a tour company as well as my own NGO, and also recently with a new research center as part of the total package. Okay, I think COVID-19 has been disrupting all our business all over the world. So it is really the great disruption, and also at the same time the great reset. And it is basically affecting the health of everybody and impeding the travel industry. So in a sense, every one of us is affected. And another great secondly, this COVID happened at a time when we are going through great climatic change. The environment, the severity of the weather pattern is the result of years of unimpeded growth in the travel industry, as well as in the other sector of the industries. Carbon footprint has been very huge as a result. Also, rebuilding, it is an opportunity to rebuild back. The crisis has opened up new opportunity in a sense that it's offering us opportunity to reset the whole thing. So the first three, people, planet, and profit, in a way is the part of the triple bottom line that we have been operating based on the principle of sustainable tourism. So in a way, these three P, people, planet, and profit, is quite appropriate. So I will focus on these three, the impact of these three disruptive changes on our ecology. But some of the key principles are applicable to other sectors of the industry just as well. So rebuilding back, I am saying that it cannot be the same back to normal anymore. So the post-COVID is not going to be back to normal. Otherwise, we would not have learned any lesson from this disruptive change. So we have to pick up valuable lessons, what we can learn from all these challenges, and turn them around with new solutions and to make it better. So it's a tall order. I may not be able to give all the answer here because I am referring specifically to the lodge in the jungle. Okay, when it comes to the lodge in the jungle, for all of us who operate on the Kinabatangan in Sukau as an eco lodge in the jungle or in Danang Valley or other parts of Sabah, all of us as lodge tour operators are basically operating in the same natural environment, which is the rainforest, the wildlife, and the rainforest. So the biodiversity consisting of flora, fauna, and local community, they are the key ingredients. They are the selling point for us who run eco lodges. And this is what Puan Norida was sharing this morning about the brand. The key brand for Sabah and for Sabah tourism alike is our biodiversity. If we take this out of the equation, there is not much difference between Sabah and other parts of the world, or mass tourism for that matter. So how do we respond to the fact that we have a unique ecosystem? My proposal is that our response to this should be to do things differently from other destinations which sell mass tourism. We as a lodges are basically the destination suppliers. We supply the tourism experience to the tourists who come in. They buy the products from overseas and they consume the tourism services in the rainforest in Sabah. What is it that is so different from consuming our tourism services in the jungle as compared to when they buy a car, automobile, or when they buy a product that which they use at home, vacuum cleaner, whatever? So our tourism industry is truly unique that as you consume the services, you deliver the experience. And if you destroy the rainforest, the biodiversity, the experience is destroyed. And that will demotivate tourists from coming over to the jungle, to Sabah. I share with you some of the key components of marketing. So the first one I want to share with you on product. Now, so as not to be misunderstood, every lodge has a different product. Every company needs to have its own brand, its own personality. So I hope you can pick up some ideas this afternoon and see what is relevant to you in terms of your product branding. So I will share with you some of mine, hoping that you will be able to learn some from our experience. I will share with you basically the good things about our brand. There are many other things that are that affect us over the years. It caused us a lot of mistakes, even as we build the brand. So it is very challenging to build the brand over the years. You have many mistakes. You have to overcome each one by one. So I will share with you the good parts of it. So don't misunderstand that it is very easy process. This is part of the business model that we built over the 25 years I run the lodge. And this inside interior of the building is the latest one that was built 2 years just before COVID-19. So we are now busy paying the bank loan and loan without seeing the result yet. So our brand is basically ecotourism. And how we practice is that we have a set of guidelines called practice, which you call. Oh, by the way, if you need more information, just go to our website. You will see green practices that are available on the website. Now, how we do the branding is based on over the years setting our own core values, our own standard. And over the years, we get star rating to qualify for the 3-star. We have to keep upgrading the facilities, the pool. We have a small, other things are quite minor, like using electric motor, using 4-stroke engines, and having good interpretation at the lodge, in and out of the room. All these features are basically tangible, very much tangible assets and very much physical assets. But also importantly, we have to have those assets which are more intangible. And these are more difficult to observe sometimes, except when you actually experience it on the ground. Yeah. Now, every lodge will have their own standards, will have their own brand, will have their own their own facilities. Not every lodge needs to have a swimming pool. Not every lodge needs to have what they call green practices. So it is up to the individual lodge to set their own standard. I would say the same will apply to many other hotels who have different brands, because we all cater to different market segments. So not everybody go for the budget, not everybody go for the homestay. So it is therefore critical to understand that every hotel from 5-star to homestay backpackers have their own market segments and customer base. Now, number 4 is the service delivery, intangible and experiential. This is often not visible on your website, and it is very much the quality of the destination, like the rainforest, the wildlife, the fact that the rainforest is intact. So we as a lodge operator have to be taking responsibility to ensure that we protect our own natural asset. Now, many people fail to see this linkage between the success of the lodge with the quality of the destination. Yeah, because the quality of the destination determine very much the intangible experiential part. And if we lose that, okay, if we lose the forest, because without the forest, there is no orangutan, proboscis monkey, and all that, or elephants. We're going to lose the very attractions that bring tourists to Kinabatangan. So this is critical, and it is very difficult to evaluate sometimes the quality of the service delivery. It is not just about punctuality of the guides, the quality of an interpretation, the knowledge of the guides. It's also about the delivery, punctuality of so many other things to make a holiday experience unique. So this is unfortunately or fortunately the fact of the tourism industry, which is a service industry. So the company that excel well, the company that excel will be the company that deliver the service very well. So there is so much room for improvement. So if this is the area that we are lacking pre-COVID, we can definitely improve the experience post-COVID through training, through empowerment of staff, human capital development, which is a long process. Yeah. So if the community is always involved in training, whether it's pre-COVID, during COVID, or post-COVID, they can therefore enhance their own tourism product. I'll go on to the next thing, which is the place. Now, when it comes to place, where do we see our tourism product being promoted? Well, it can be promoted on our website. Go overseas for trade show, or we appoint wholesalers and other agents to promote on our behalf. So we use mostly now different distribution channels. Now with technological change, the channel of distribution has multiplied. And so those who are educated, who are knowledgeable, and who are proactive will get to maximize and capitalize the fact that we are now on social media and making it available to all the potential tourists all over the world. So the world is now our marketplace, the whole world. Anybody who is accessible to Facebook, to your smartphone, to social media, to whatever. So long as you carry your phone, you can reach the whole world. The question then is not how many you want to get. I think the question is who you want to get. Who is the customer you want? You cannot have everybody as your customer. You have to learn to pick and choose your customer. Not all of them will appreciate everything that you do. So you have to match your customer to your brand. And this is often the hard part. It is not a matter of dropping your selling price to get your customer anymore. You got to know who your customer is so that you can match the price with what they want. Yep. Like I say, your pricing has got to match your customer segment. What is a segment of the market that you are going after? So every lodge should not be too worried about the competitors, because every lodge have their own customer base. Some may be price sensitive, no doubt. At the end of the day, all the tourists want is value for money. If we sell at very low price, we don't offer them the things that they are looking for. Being cheap is also not necessarily good. So we are discounting our price for the wrong reason. And this is where education is important. So sometimes if we are not experienced enough running homestay, we are too worried about selling our price at a certain price, and we cut costs on service when it is a service that brings the customer back. So homestay operators, backpackers, they have to know, they have to learn that upgrading their own skill set, it is even more important than setting the price, because the better your service delivery, the better is your experience for the customer, and therefore the higher you can charge. So the pressure is not on you all the time to reduce your price, but for us, each one of us, to enhance our brand. Yeah. So what we do in our lodge in Sukal, in a way, we try as much as possible to be conscious of this. We probably one of the more expensive lodges, because we try to gauge what the customer wants. So it is important to know our customer. So if they want, if they are particular about having ceiling fan, deep pool, 4-stroke engine, electric motor, if they appreciate that, we give it to them. If they want Wi-Fi in the vehicle for the convenience, they will demand, or they will ask for it, and if that is what they want, we give to them. So to get close to the customer, it is very important when we do the packaging, the pricing. There will always be some customers, some agents who ask more than you can offer. So you have, as a lodge operator or a tour operator, got to make a decision, a tough call. Do you want the customer or do you not want that customer? We don't have to feel bad that the customer choose not to use us, because there will be always other customers who want to use us. So the criteria is for us to set. It is for us to decide what brand we stick to it. So I have to admit that we have to have made tough calls. We have to have a certain set of guidelines as to what we want to project as a brand, because we can, without knowing, make decisions that conflict with our brand. Yeah. Okay. Let me share with you on packaging. Post-COVID, I believe post-COVID, the branding will be different. One of them will be packaging. I think the packaging will have to be modified to take into consideration health issues regarding the SOP and all that thing. And again, this SOP and COVID is very much intangible. It's a service, it is experiential. It may not directly be visible on your bottom line. Nevertheless, in the short term, it's going to increase your overheads and your cost. So it is very critical for us not to just shortchange the customer at the expense of the long term. So in the short term, we have to be more sensitive to this area with regards to safety. So tour planning, giving assurances, ensuring that the SOP is in place, it's critical. And this is very much experiential. At the end of the day, we have to ensure that the customer feel that they are getting the best treatment in the post-COVID era. Logistics is going to be very challenging because of COVID. How many tourists can fit into the boat? How many tourists can fit into the van, the bus? These are all relevant issues, and it may just raise the cost of our operation. Yeah, and this will very much be known when we start opening up and see how our tourists feel comfortable. Some tourists will be very sensitive to this more than others. And this is going to be very difficult to implement. Nevertheless, if we want to do well, we have to set a high standard without damaging our own brand. So equipment, van, Wi-Fi, drinking water, helmet, life jacket, boats, four-stroke engine, electric motor. I believe these are things that is a given. It cannot be exempted. It will be essential as part of delivering a quality experience. But then again, some of us may feel that this is a standard that they cannot meet. So if they are homestay backpackers, tourists, should not expect to have a 5-star service when they are using a homestay operator. So it is important not to do greenwashing. And so it is important when we do eco-lodge, when we operate homestay, to promise what we can deliver and not over-promise and under-deliver. I have to say that very often the quality of the guide can make a big difference to the whole experience. The competency of the guide, the punctuality, the attire of the guide, the fact that he can spot good wildlife from a distance, he carry a binocular, and the interpretation is good. At the same time, we cannot overindulge the tourists. Like very often, if we are not careful, the tourists will want us to get close to the wildlife as to the point of intrusion and affecting the behavior of the wildlife. So it is important for the guides to make a point and draw a line where they can go, where they cannot go, beyond which they will affect the quality of the experience, the wildlife, as well as affect the experience of the other tourists from the other lodges. So we have to be very sensitive to how our guides, our staff operate the tours. Not to mention about how our staff at the lodge deliver the quality of food, the housekeeping, the service, all the different services. So running an eco lodge does demand a lot of attention, of services by all the staff and not just the guides. And therefore, it is important that guides staff are continuously being trained to understand the psychology, the needs of the tourists. This is important, very important. Now, promotion is an ongoing process of communication, not just attending trade show, but also communication through social media. And coming to the jungle of Borneo, especially, people are fearful of a lot of things, from mosquito to cockroaches to other things, whether it's dangerous, a crocodile in the river, how close they can get to the wildlife. All these are important part of communication. Sustainability is often not communicated. And I think I cannot emphasize enough. We are operating in a very fragile environment, in the jungle, on the river, pretty remote, 2 hours from Sanakan, where medical attention may not be immediately available. So it is important that we don't overlook this. We have to, if we position ourselves as an eco operator, we have to show that this is our core competency, our brand, our conservation ethos, how we deal with single-use plastic, which is a big thing at the moment, and how do you cope with climate change? Yeah. So with post-COVID-19, I believe that there will be a greater demand for transparency, a greater demand for how we handle sustainability at the lodge, how we handle climate change, and all these other issues regarding, well, waste. So as customers are from the developed country, they are more aware, and therefore they will want to learn more as they come to Asia, because they are only going to come once to Borneo. Yes. Now, people, I want to talk about people a bit, because this is the hardest part of running the lodge. Make no mistake, it's only people, human capital, that makes the operation work. And people, everyone is an individual and everyone is different. And what is the brand of one lodge can be different for another lodge. And what you train in one lodge, the staff you train in one lodge, may not be applicable in another lodge. So because of the high turnover in a rural environment, it is always hard to keep the staff for long. They're always looking for green pasture, working in the urban area. So their work is not long. And it's also very hard to bring somebody from urban area to live in the jungle for very long without getting tired, without wanting to have a change in the work environment. So it is a huge challenge that Eco Lodge face. A lodge in the jungle operation is in a way very different from those where it is built in near to an urban center, because the humans the pool of human resources is much more plentiful, and therefore there is a lot more choices, a lot more availability of manpower staff who will work. So we can only draw very often from the local community who may not have the same core values, who may not be used to not disposing the rubbish, the waste in the river, for example. So we use this 5C for many years now to develop our human resource capital. We develop their skill, their commitment, their character, their consistency, and we care, all the 5C. This is just a guideline to enable us to provide some sort of framework so that we can share with them what it is needed to make a good eco-lodge. Every lodge needs to have their own set of values, and we choose the 5C as our set of values. It is often said that it is important to train staff with the skills, but we have found that over the years, skill is also not enough. You still have to train them on character, but character cannot be trained overnight. So you have to employ the right people with the right character. And so all these are inclusive. It's very hard to take one and say that for one set of skill that is sufficient to run a good operation. And the service industry is critical because it's all about this component that makes a holiday experience in the jungle that much better and unique. Now, why I say that our lodge our perspective may not apply to the other people and other lodge, because I think we are probably the only one in the whole country which runs an NGO, a society non-profit, which we have been operating since 2007. We have actually made also a lot of mistakes over the years. Which at first our focus was on welfare and charity. We focus on helping the community, providing water tank, medical services, and so on. But over the years, we found that what the community need is more than that. Water tank and medical is about skills, and it is focusing on skill that we have been focusing for in recent years to enable them to acquire some more skill. With skills, we can empower them with other of the rest of our 5C. We use UNWTO 17 Sustainable Development Goals as our framework because it has 17 goals, and if you can achieve a few, you're doing very well. And because we are operating in rural community, in a jungle environment, in a sensitive environment, a lot in the rural community who are living in poverty. So many of the 17 SDG are relevant to our NGO. So what we do is, Borneo Ecotourism and SUKAU, we contribute 50% or so of our funds to our NGO, so that all our work in the form of training community, empowering community is done through our NGO. So there is a clear delineation of what is community work and what is the profit center work. Yeah, so that you can measure them and do a metrics differently. I think I will just share with you the next slide later, which is the 17 goals. Now, community projects. Over the years, we have been operating in different parts of Sabah. We started in Sukau first, and then we moved on to Kudat, Pitas, and then we moved to Kiau, and in the last few years to Kiulu and Bongo. So our project site move around depending on what the specific needs that match our skill set in a way. So that's the so it all depends on the opportunities that come our way. Now, I just want to share number 3. This only in the last few years that opportunity came to us for us to buy a piece of land for conservation purpose, 7.7 acres. So we thought this will be a very good pilot project for Borneo Ecotourism and Sukau to own a piece of land for conservation purposes and to use that land to build a center for research. So that is a new set of things. So it may not be necessary for everybody to do that because it all depends on our skill set and our financial resources. And so every company, every lodge does it differently in terms of reinforcing the brand. So this is part of our brand as part of a triple bottom line to protect the environment, the planet, the P, and then to develop the people and also use our profit to develop all these other 2 centers, which is people and planet. And from there, we spin off to developing SERC because we realize that if we are to conserve the land in Kinabatangan and to raise the awareness of the need for conservation, we need to have greater knowledge. We need to grow our database. We need to grow our knowledge on why we need to conserve the biodiversity. Because if we don't grow the if we don't develop the biodiversity, protect it, the future of the local community will also be affected because other than palm oil, there is no other source of employment opportunity for the local community. And therefore, they will never be able to rise out of poverty. And the only way to counter that is to have a strategy to create, first to protect, conserve, and then to create employment opportunity for the local community. And if we create opportunity for employment, then you can empower them with skill sets, and so that they will have long-term sustainability living in the community, because eventually, if they have the ownership, they will feel the need to conserve the land. They are the guardian, and hopefully through this strategy, they will become the guardian. Somebody is okay. This is one of our community in Kiulu, called the Fig Tree Kiulu Farm Stay. This because the Kiulu is the upper Kiulu lacks infrastructure, tourism infrastructure. We create infrastructure through building this lodge, the project, so that they have a brand. So we create the brand so that they have tourism coming in, so that it can create, first of all, a few jobs, and hopefully gradually it will expand to other people. Now there are a few other lodges, just like us, using bamboo, which we are also trying to commercialize, so that they can generate income from sales of bamboo. So these are the 17 goals until many millions. you don't mind all the interruption in the background. Okay, just quickly to share with you, this is the aerial view of the photo. On the left hand, the boundary, the yellow line. On the left is where the so-called Rainforest Lodge is. Okay, and on the right is the newly acquired Borneo Land Conservancy, 7.7 acres. The building here on the green building near the river is an Ecotourism Research Centre, which we have put up so that we can educate the community, the students, who will then come and learn about ecology and rainforest conservation.
Mr. Albert, sorry to interrupt. You have another like 2 minutes for the presentation.
I finished already.
Oh, finished already.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
finished.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the view from the riverfront, the research center, which will be used for research purposes to invite researchers so that we can gather and more data on the biodiversity of the rainforest. That's it. I'm on time. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. So let me check with the secretariat team if there are any questions from the audience. Okay. So there are two questions on the chat box. Okay. Allow me to read the question. In many rural destinations, the three pillars of sustainability quite often obscure the real relationship between the economic, the social, and the environment. This flow triple bottom line focuses on the three P's of sustainable integration with equitable people, sustained profit, and bearable planet. Nonetheless, in many destinations, a fourth P has become another important dimension for sustainability politics. Okay, the political dimension can rob the equilibrium of sustainability. How important is this dimension for the tourism to rebound, as highlighted by Datuk Tan Kok Liang today morning from Professor Vic Nair, University of the Bahamas. And he has another question. Okay, do you think post-COVID it is time for rural destination to become high yield product? The aim is to focus on quality tourists who are willing to pay premium price for the experience, rather quantity of tourists that will result in over tourism and low yield.
Sorry, it's a long question. I'm lost. I'm trying to see whether I can read the question. How do I get it? Can you simplify the question and put it another way so that I can answer the question? Because I cannot read the question.
Oh, okay. So, yes, maybe we need Prof. Vic. Yes.
Good afternoon, Albert. Okay, let me just summarize the question. Firstly, I think we always talk about this triple bottom line, trying to find the right balance between the three P's here: the people, which is the social; the profit is the economy; and the planet, the environment. But at the same time, quite often in many of the destinations, the bigger problem is not this three P, but now you have the fourth P, which is the political dimension. Which seem to be disrupting the whole equilibrium of this 3P. So how important is this dimension for the tourism to rebound, especially moving forward as we come out of COVID-19? So that was my first part of the question. So is political dimension something that we need to be focused on for us to ensure the sustainability of our rural tourism product?
I think the simple answer is that there are more than three dimensions. Okay, the long answer is this. Three dimension by itself is already very hard to deal with the people. Let me share with you why I think so, especially post-COVID. I will talk about the profit element. For too long, profit is seen as a dirty word by many people, as if the private tour operator, the company in the private sector do not have to make money. And that as if they make all the money and the community at the expense of the community. I think this has been often the case in many of the literature that I read on the done by researcher academic who go to a place for 2 weeks to conduct survey, and this is the impression they get, and not understanding, fully aware that if the company cannot even make money, there's no way they can provide jobs for everybody, and those in the community who are not employed in the tourism enterprises feel left out. I have to admit that having worked in the community for so many years all over Sabah, it is working with the community is not an overnight thing. It takes a whole generation. I have worked 25 years operating the lodge in Sukau, and I can testify to the fact that it is one of the hardest things to train my own staff, let alone the community, right? Now, then you throw in the spanner, the politics, the component of politics. Politics can upset the whole equilibrium. For example, if the politician decide to build a bridge across Kinabatangan, they will upset the whole equilibrium. The community will not say anything against the politician because they have certain fringe benefits for supporting the politician, but they are they are leveraging and mortgaging their own future in place of having some immediate benefit, or that they may not be given the whole picture. So politics has a different agenda, and often they may not understand the intricacy of the ecotourism aspect of it. So it is not a straightforward answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Albert. Okay, thank you, Mr. Albert, for the presentation. We go to the our next presentation. We will be learning about the issue and way forward from international hotel chain perspectives by Ms. Fiona Hagen, the General Manager of Shangri-La Rasaria, Kota Kinabalu. Ms. Fiona is in her 4th year as General Manager in Shangri-La Rasaria, Kota Kinabalu. She has 26 years of hospitality experience. She worked in various positions within the industry, including Revenue Manager, Director of Sales and Marketing, and General Manager. Prior to joining the Shangri-La Hotel Group, she was the General Manager of Lee Meridian Kota Kinabalu for 3 years before moving over to the St. Regis in Changsha, China as the General Manager of the pre-opening team. With a very strong background in sales and marketing, Ms. Fiona Hagen has played a crucial role in revenue management and driving sales at Malaysia, Australia, Thailand, Vietnam, and China. She loves working with people with a strong focus on the community and learning. She is also very passionate about developing opportunity for people and believes that it is the people who support and implement the successful business strategies to deliver success. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Fiona Hagen for the presentation. Over to you, Ms. Fiona.
Thank you very much for the very warm introduction, and thank you to the Borneo Tourism Research Centre and to Professor Jennifer Chan for inviting me to present today. I just wanted to check, can you see my presentation?
Yes, Ms. Fiona, we can see the slide presentation.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you. Actually, the topic that I was given to present today is the issues and way forward from an international hotel chain perspective. And actually, I spent a long time thinking about this and also talking about this with my peers and colleagues. And actually, I wanted first to really talk about, you know, why can't I sleep? And I think that this also applies to many other business leaders at the moment in the international hotel, the hospitality and tourism, you know, areas. There's a whole myriad of concerns and issues that we're juggling at the moment. You know, we're seeking, you know, lots of clarity, direction, information in regards to many of these different issues. Many of them were discussed already today, you know, about international borders opening, quarantine, government support, etc. And these are all issues that are currently impacting our business today. Many of these are beyond our control. Actually, in the introduction, you talked about, you know, one of my key focuses is actually people. Key passions is people and talking about the people. So today I really wanted to focus not so much on COVID-19 and the impact, but to really talk about the issues as I see them today impacting our industry. And to put some recommendations and some thoughts out there, maybe for consideration of how we move forward in the future. The first thing I wanted to talk about, and actually I share a picture of my people, you know, my team. You know, this is a photograph that was taken actually on my birthday in February 2020. So this was taken early February after Chinese New Year. And after Sabah, the Sabah state government had stopped the inbound flights into Sabah from China. So our resort at this time on the 4th of February was still running very, very high occupancy. We had a hotel maybe running 90%. And little did we know then that sitting here today, there are 18 people on the screen in this photograph. Inside my hotel today, of those 18 people, only 11 of them are still working with us in Rasaria. Which actually represents, just looking at this one slide, a 40% reduction in our people within the team that are here. This actually represents the industry. That photograph actually represents exactly what is happening in the industry today here in Malaysia. So this information was actually prepared by the Malaysia Associations of Hotels from a survey conducted last year and actually finalized this year in August. And so this survey actually, highlights the manpower issues that we have, or manpower reduction that we have in Malaysia within our industry. So actually, out of the 320 hotels, we had almost 28% of the hotels registered under the association have reduced their headcount by more than 50%. And really more alarming is that more than 51% of the hotels have actually reduced their headcounts in some way. I think, this data here talks about permanent headcount. What it doesn't reflect is it does not reflect our transient labour. So it doesn't reflect those colleagues that were working with us on contract nor does it reflect our colleagues that were working with us on casual labour, part-time labour. This is purely just representative of the permanent headcount. And I think many of us in the tourism industry know that we do rely heavily on the part-time and casual labour to support our businesses during periods of higher demand. Something that I know many of you are aware of, but I wanted to share that this continues labour cost management exercises and manpower cost management exercises actually continue to exist today. I think Datuk Khael Tan spoke about it this morning. We have had government support, but the level of government support that has been provided to our industry actually just doesn't cover the fixed costs that we operate with inside our hotels for labour. So most hotels in the market have actually adopted not one, but at least two of the different manpower cost management exercises. Here you can see that over 14% of the hotels within Malaysia have actually embarked on some type of separation exercise. Whether that separation exercise is due to a voluntary separation, whether it was due to redundancy, retrenchment, or in some cases, actually, we did have hotels, some internationally branded hotels and local hotels also cease operations during this time. I think most hotels in Malaysia, potentially with the exception of Langkawi, actually are still under manpower cost management exercises. What does that mean? It means, number one, we are working with a reduced workforce. As our inter-district and interstate travel starts to rebound, we are working with lower levels of manning, and at the same time, those lower levels of manning, actually we are still expecting our colleagues in many cases to take unpaid leave, direct pay cuts, multitasking. So actually what that's doing is it's really leading to low motivation levels within our workforce. Many of our colleagues inside the workforce actually still have great anxiety over job security, even though majority of our workforce has been vaccinated. And I believe that some of the anxiety around the job security, around really the confidence in the market, is really that as of today, we have not yet received very strong communication, very strong SOPs related to the rollout and the resumption of our business with international border reopening. So I appreciate that this morning Datuk Khael Tan shared that there was a roadmap being put forward by MATTA. I also understand that MA has placed a roadmap forward to the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. And I believe that this is really important for us as an industry to help provide that level of confidence for our existing workforce and labour that we have within the hotels. I think this was really interesting, and every hotelier that is sitting on in this conference would know this information, because this is replicated across all of the hotels of my peers that I speak to, is that typically it's not our leadership that have left us inside the hotels, but what we're seeing, and I found this survey from labour cost changes in the US. So they had looked at particularly the lodging industry and the full service hotel workforce, and they looked at the payroll or the labour cost percentage change from 2019 in comparison to January to July 2021. As you can see, there was an 8% reduction in front office, an 11% reduction in housekeeping and laundry, and there was a 42% reduction in labour costs related to food and beverage service. Now, this, I believe, directly talks to what we're seeing happening inside our hotels and local hotels within the region. You know, I am experiencing that directly actually in our hotels at the moment as we're starting to reopen our business. You know, many of these colleagues have found permanent positions or have found transient positions in different markets and different job areas outside the hotel ecosystem or the tourism ecosystem. You know, even with the small amount of domestic demand that we're seeing in our hotels at the moment within Sabah, many hotels are starting to really experience a shortage of labor and manpower. And I wanted to share this, you know, and these are just some headlines that I pulled from different markets that have been open already and were open over summer. So these headlines are from Europe, UK, US, and are in regions that have reopened their quarantine-free travel. Which means that in these regions, travellers from many markets no longer need to quarantine as they enter a country, and they don't need to quarantine when they return home. So this is really where we want to be. You know, Sabah and Malaysia, we want to be in that same position, and this is really one of the discussion points today is how do we get ready for that? But actually the thing that keeps me awake most at night is, are we ready for that? You know, if the borders start to reopen, actually, what have we done as an industry? What has the government done? And how can we really support that recovery? And why would we think that in Sabah we are any different to any of the other markets globally that have started to open up? So actually, I really put down some thoughts here about what I felt that we could be doing, you know, and first and foremost, I felt the government needs to really focus in quite an urgent need, you know, on a needs analysis, yeah, on the human capital. I think Albert had spoken about this in his presentation, really talking about the unique needs of tour guides and some of his colleagues that are working in the lodges. You know, this is really key, and this doesn't just apply to hotels, but it applies to the entire tourism industry and future needs of our business. You know, do we have still inside the market the right number of staff available in travel agents? Do we have the right number of drivers? Do we have tour guides? Do we have language specific tour guides that will be able to manage and able to guide those markets, you know, the Korean, potentially Chinese, Japanese, you know, as they start to travel back? You know, do we have inside our hotels and resorts, do we have the front office housekeeping attendants? Do we have our chefs? Do we have the right culinary teams? Do we have water sports instructors? You know, and do we have, you know, skilled specialists? You know, Sabah has always been a leader, and one of the reasons that, you know, that we get a lot of the international long haul market here to Sabah is really our commitment to nature, to wildlife, to, you know, sustainability. Do we still have that human capital available in the market to actually service the demand when our business comes back? The same thing, you know, do we have incentives in place to return to the industry and to attract new talent? You know, what is being done? Yes, the government has 2 incentives in place at the moment for hotels, and I believe for all industries to actually recruit new permanent labour. Is that what we need? You know, has there been a dialogue and has there been a discussion to really talk about what is the gap and what do we need? And then thirdly, and on the job skills-based training programs and industry-led trainings to actually, if we don't have that talent available, but we know that in some of our universities, in our technical colleges, you know, we have students and we have graduates that are sitting there almost ready to come into the workforce. what are we doing to prepare? What are we doing to prepare these colleagues for the roles that we need to support our industry? Actually, and the last point I wanted to talk about under what I feel could be done more at a government or a statutory level is really to start looking at, and I have started to look at this inside my own business here in Rasaria, is to really look at a senior worker program for the tourism industry. The Department of Statistics in Malaysia actually reported that Malaysia is expected to achieve an aging population or an aging nation status by 2030, when 15% of the population is above the age of 60. Actually, what does that mean? For me, actually, that keeps me awake at night, because I think actually, where am I going to find my people? Where are we going to attract talent to our industry? As more of the youth potentially look at, different types of industry, how do we really lock in the human capital that we need in particular job roles to actually service the demand that we foresee in the future? I saw this morning that some people have shared that we're looking at a return, within 2 years. So by 2024, we're hoping to see flight levels and demand levels return to normal. Actually, by 2024, we're only 6 years away from an aging population status. What are we doing now to put programs in place to actually attract people to come and to work in our industry? For example, some hotels in Singapore actually use the senior workers inside their hotels to actually support their breakfast operation, where inside our hotels we don't necessarily need full manning levels in food and beverage for a full 8-hour shift, but we know that every day we have a certain forecast of covers to come into our restaurants. Why shouldn't we look at the market that is existing in our doorsteps, around us, some of that more senior population, put a workforce together that can come in. They also would represent knowledge. They would share information about the destination, about the community with the tourists that are actually in our hotels and our businesses. So this is actually a program we're looking at inside Rasaria. What else do I think the hotel industry can be doing, and what should we be looking at as we actually look at future forward? Is really trying to understand our variable wage structure. Now inside our businesses, as we start to see the business return, we're really looking at, and I know, we're not looking at recruiting permanent labour, but we're really looking at more variable labour options, which is your contract labour, your casual, and how we can optimise that labour that's existing in the market to ensure that we can future-proof our business. Before, when I showed that we had 40% reduction across the hotels in our manpower, this is reflective of, we had seen very strong demand in the lead up to COVID-19. And I think all the hotels now are really thinking, how do we prepare our operation and our businesses for the future, but at the same time still enable a more flexible variable wage structure? Multi-skilling. Before I showed the data that MA had surveyed, in the MA survey, they had talked about that 73% of our hotels in Malaysia now have multi-skilling programs in place, multifunctional roles. We're now expecting the existing colleagues within our hotels to do more than one job. Maybe a salesperson is being asked to also work on the front desk and also work in food and beverage. Potentially a front office GSA is also trained to work in housekeeping. You know, I guess the question I have, and this is the question I pose to my team, is have we fundamentally moved our organisation charts, and have we fundamentally changed our job scopes, or have we just looked at this as a short-term need during the COVID pandemic? You know, I believe that we need to be fundamentally changing the way that we look at how we structure positions inside the hotel. You know, do we have structured training and career plans for these colleagues who are now multi-skilled? You know, these colleagues who for the last 18 months we've had to do a multitude of tasks. You know, what have we done? What are we putting in place to future-proof that those colleagues continue to grow, continue to learn, you know, and we continue to chart a career path for them? And then are we supporting this, you know, in the future? Will we be putting money behind this? Will we be incentivizing colleagues when they join us to be multi-skilled, to be multitasked, to run in those areas? I think another piece on our people is, are we using new resources to attract and to retain talent? I have a picture here of one of our colleagues who is trending at the moment on TikTok in Rasseria. And you can see here that as of today, she has 114,000 followers and 981,000 likes. You know, this is a really interesting, I say, you know, for me, it's really interesting as a leader is, you know, we look outside our hotels and we look outside our businesses for influencers. You know, we look outside to attract bloggers and influencers into our businesses. Actually, first and foremost, you know, are we looking within? Are we looking within our own companies? Are we looking within our own resources that we have within our existing businesses? And then once we have those people, you know, what are we doing to be more attractive to them as an employer? You know, specialized positions, for example, marketing, communications, data analysts, language skills. You know, do we need those colleagues to be based inside the property? Can we work more on attracting people through the gig economy? Can we work on, you know, work with colleagues that are sitting in different locations to continue to support our business as we move ahead? Training. I talk about training. I will continue to talk about training. Really important. What are we doing inside our hotels? And then I think, you know, what's important for us inside the hotels is a real change of mindset. You know, are we building very strong career paths for the people inside our teams? You know, how are we going to recruit? You know, where are we going to find these people? You know, are we recognizing them? Are we rewarding them? As people are now allowed back into offices, back into workplaces, will we continue to work in a hybrid situation for some roles? You know, maybe some roles forever will be able to work in a different way. Just because our hotel is a building, it doesn't mean that we need to go back to the same way that we used to work. You know, are we empowering our people, you know, to make decisions, to solve problems? And then I think, you know, lastly is are we actively involving our people in the discussions that we should be having about the recovery of our markets? You know, example for that is, you know, inside our businesses today, we are all starting to plan for what's happening next. Actually, our colleagues, you know, have great solutions. Our people have great solutions, you know, but do you have a robust system for gathering that feedback? And are we actively listening to our people, yeah, to involve them in the solutions that we put forward? I share another picture of people, and this time it is our people with our guests, because in our industry in tourism, and I think Narita spoke about this, I think all the speakers today have spoken about this. Can we continue to operate in a virtual tourism environment? We cannot. yeah, we do need to get ready. We have to welcome our guests back. And this is what our industry is built on, particularly here in Sabah. You know, this is what it looks like. People come here for this type of experience with our people. I wanted to share this piece of data with you. I found this through STR. And this is actually, this data was driven out of the US, UK, and North American, Europe, UK, and North American markets. And it's a comparative study from February 2021 to July 2021. In February, obviously, some countries, many countries had not yet opened up quarantine travel. There was still some cases of rising cases, and vaccination rates were still very low. In July, in Europe, UK, and the US, we saw much higher levels of vaccination and much more confidence and the opening of borders. So I think what is really interesting here is that the top 2 points are really talking about the financial barriers. You can see here that in February, in February, it was really about government legislations, restrictions, and then the possible hassle of quarantine. You know, concern, and then you can see as we move down, actually the travelers are concerned, still concerned about their own health. They're concerned, and I think one of the speakers this morning spoke about our flexibility as an industry. We have to continue to show flexibility for cancellations and refunds, and also we have to start to address the additional costs that are related to traveling. At the moment, for a traveller from Singapore to travel to Germany and back, actually it's an additional cost of Singapore $800 just for the COVID testing that allows them to travel throughout the quarantine, allows them to travel with no quarantine. And then I wanted to specifically talk about this one, the comfort barriers to travel. This is really interesting because on the previous slide, actually, you can see two things have risen. The first one is that people are really concerned about other fellow travellers. You know, the customers are expecting the hotels to take the hotels and tourism industry, but particularly hotels, to take a very proactive approach towards the enforcement of SOPs. You know, it's not enough that we have an SOP on property about cleanliness and SOP, COVID and clean and safe, but actually what are we doing to be really visible about that? You know, concerned about my own health is very high here, you know, rating up around above 50% for Europe and UK, North American markets. You know, what are we doing in Sabah and what are we doing in Malaysia to actually put together communication materials to share with our inbound markets, to talk about our medical system, our COVID plan, what happens if you get sick, what are we doing to prepare for that? And then I think the other interesting piece is about, cleanliness of the hotel and the destination. What are we doing to address that? This is being discussed already today by a couple of speakers, so I won't go through this, but the Travel Safe Alliance is really critical, and that is the foundation of our recovery. I guess my question to our local tourism boards, to the government authorities, is how can we really embrace this, and how can we speed up the implementation of this to be escalated? I think there was a great question this morning about how can we expand that certification to include diving sites and different sites, and I think this is a great question, and I believe this should be urgent and this should be escalated. What role is the destination tourism boards playing in the Travel Safe Alliance? I believe this is a great MOU that was signed, but how can it really be driven? And I believe it needs to be driven from a state level across all different states and stakeholders within Malaysia. And what marketing materials and communications do we have in place to say this destination is certified Travel Safe Alliance? Destination visibility on the commitment to the SOP enforcement, cleanliness and health. what is, and this is really, we have our certification processes in place, but actually visibly, what is it, that our inbound tourists will touch, see? How will the destination really show that we are safe? What will the experience at the airport look like? What will the experience look like in our key tourist touch areas? What will it look like at Sabah Parks? What will, how will I be assured as an international visitor that there is someone there actually monitoring the SOPs in place across all the different touch points? I believe this is really key. We talk about, Sabah as a destination is known for its environmental, sustainable, eco. We talk about from the ocean, from the high to the oceans. But the visibility, I believe here is very important. Visible enforcement of SOPs, what does that look like? And we need that plan to be available on our destination websites, and we need to have very clear graphics to show that. This will be really important, not only for the destination, but for the different tourism operators to say, this is our destination, and this as a business is what we are doing to comply with that. Clean and Safe Malaysia, this sits underneath the certification of the Bureau Veritas, again, to be highly visible. An example of this is in Rasaria on the weekends. We have a social distancing person that walks around the resort, a big sign saying, please ensure you're 1 to 2 meters away from each other, ringing a bell to get attention from the guests. We have a very well thought out management plan to ensure that we have presence to help our guests take ownership for social distancing in the SOPs. And then I think at a hotel level, whether it be hotel tourism operator, actually we have to share, and we have to keep sharing. We have to be really visible on our commitment to the SOPs. We have to share it on our websites, our social media channels, our internal channels. We have to tell our guests what they can expect when they arrive in our business and also our destination. Educate. Also share information and feedback from our guests. I think, something else that when I talk about our guests, actually our guests over the past 2 years, like never before, have embraced technology. All of us have embraced technology. We all need to carry our phone. We all need to check in, check out with my Sejatra. Everybody now knows what a QR code is. We all now understand that we have we need to check in, check out. We understand how to pay throughout our phones. So I think as hotels and as an industry, actually we really have to utilize technology to understand our guests and to take action on the feedback. In past times, hotels and businesses sent guest survey forms or emails out to guests to ask them to complete after their stay. And maybe that process took 4 days, 5 days, 3 days to receive feedback. Actually, now you can receive that feedback during their stay. Your guests are sharing real-time feedback. They're sharing on social media, they're sharing in Google, they're sharing in OTAs, they're sharing their photographs in Instagram, and they're making TikTok videos. Your guests are sharing real time whilst they're in your hotels and utilizing your products. Actually, what are you doing with that? Have we set a team up inside our different businesses to really analyze that feedback as it's coming in and take action now? This is not going to go away. People now, we're all used to sharing real-time live experiences, but have we really structured our businesses to capture that feedback in real time and take action as it's happening? I think another key learning or something that I worry about, when it comes to our guests moving ahead is guest reservations and in-house communication. Our guests and all of us, right? We've been out and we now shop on Shopee, Taobao, AirAsia. And we're all very familiar with chat. You know, we find chatbots to answer simple questions. We can communicate real time to buyers online who can share with us specifications. Actually, what have we done inside hotels to adapt to that culture? You know, inside your businesses, what have we done to ensure that as the international markets restart, if I'm in the UK, you know, and if it's 10 o'clock at night in the UK, for me, it's 5 o'clock in the morning in Sabah. Actually, if a guest has a question about my SOP, about even the SOP arriving at the airport in Sabah, actually, do I have the right technology solutions in place to answer that guest in real time? Or will that guest still need to send an email and then wait 24 hours for the hotel to reply? We have systems and we are trying different, you know, different avenues here within my hotel to really plan for this. You know, I believe this is something that all of us need to be thinking about in our industry. How can we have 24-hour communication with our guests in their language to help assure them, you know, assurance on service, on facilities, and on quality? And then I think, you know, our colleagues, our guests, and we see this through different technology areas, you know, they want to have control and they want to curate their experiences. They want to bundle accommodation. They want safety of booking through travel agents. Many of these travel agents will be online. They might have an online platform. Your hotel branded websites, you know, do you have all of your safety information and all of your relevant information on the hotel branded websites, OTAs? And we should be looking at sort of full board, half board packages. Who will our guests be? You know, I thought this was really interesting, this data here, and I pulled this from a McKinsey report that was shared in July of this year. And actually, this is a survey that was done in the United States, but I have seen similar surveys in Asia. And actually, it's the expected leisure spend in 2021. And you can see here the millennials with a very high level of income. So millennials with an income of above $100,000 a year, actually looking to spend money this year on leisure. We knew this before COVID-19. Our industry was already, you know, moving towards a real millennial, even towards a Gen Z sort of mindset. You know, how do we cater? How do we craft our business proposition towards this generation? You know, a lot of today's presentations have been about sustainability, about ecotourism, about, you know, caring for the community and community tourism. This very much talks to the travelers of this generation of Gen Z and the millennials. You know, they love, you know, they're passionate, you know, they're really passionate about their carbon footprint. They're passionate about the impact that they make on the world as they travel. You know, this group will actually really care about experiences and meaningful experiences. You know, what are we doing? And I think Albert shared a good example. What are we doing inside our businesses to become, you know, plastic neutral? What are we doing to, you know, to reduce our carbon footprint as hotels, as operators? What are we doing to be sensitive to these millennials and the Gen Z generation, as we know that this will be our business for the years to come? You know, I think for Sabah, this is an amazing opportunity. You know, Sabah's hotels are in a really unique position, really well focused on ecotourism, diving, wildlife, and nature. So I think for us here in Sabah, we're really fortunate. We just need to have a robust plan to address this. And really, you know, to really, I guess hoteliers, all of us have done the same thing. It's really to utilize all areas to create opportunities. That opportunity is not just about create opportunities for revenue, but to also create opportunities for guests to have meaningful, memorable experiences. I talked about this earlier, full board, half board, airport transfers, community experiences. Are we working with our local communities? Are we working with, are we working with, restaurants? Are we working with, homestay? Even as an international hotel, why are we not creating these experiences within the local communities to get ready so that we can take our guests into these communities to have these level of authentic experiences? Wellness activities. What are we doing inside our properties to really focus on wellness and rejuvenation? And of course it's about revenue. What are we doing, and how do we commoditize that? How do we monetize it? How do we optimize all these areas to actually generate incremental revenues? And something I'm really passionate about, and many people that were on the call today, many of the speakers, I've worked with on projects with our hotel together to collaborate. How do you, inside your hotel structures and your business structures, are you really working together with local experts and partners? At this time, it is about first selling the destination, and then secondly, the community, and then thirdly, our product. And I think this is something really important that we all need to be doing. Our guests certainly expect that of us. They expect to have local, authentic experiences when they travel to our destination. So lastly, I just want to give a bit of a recap, and I show this again, but like I said, what really keeps me awake at night, it really are these two things. It's really our people. We really today, and I know each of us inside our businesses, we worry about this. We worry about our talent. Where am I going to find the people when the international borders open up? And I believe we need greater collaboration, on this with government, maybe with Sabah Tourism Board, the Ministry of Human Relations. We need support from UMS. Where are these people? And then what are we doing to train them, and what are we doing to plan for the future? And then lastly, our guests. The safety assurance program we have is robust, but we need greater ownership, we need greater focus, and this needs to be at the forefront of all of our communication. We need to create memorable and meaningful experiences for our guests, and we need to be optimizing technology. I chose Sharon, our ranger, here again, because I believe every hotel or every business has someone like her. Sabahans are naturally creative, passionate people. I believe we have amazing talent sitting within our existing teams, or maybe sitting within the community, that we can work with to help us, have a stronger roadmap, a stronger presence as we start to move forward and open up the international borders. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fiona Hagen, for the presentation. Okay, so let me check on the chat box if there are any questions for Ms. Fiona. Yes, there's one question from Najmi Abdullah. Allow me to read the question. In the USA, many service businesses, such as fast food chains, cannot attract employees because people post-COVID are no longer to work for very low salaries and poor working conditions. Would that be an issue in Sabah or in Malaysia?
Thank you, Najmi. I believe so. An example of that is many of the colleagues that have left our industry actually have gone into maybe non-career-based industries, maybe into Grab or Food Panda, industries, because of two reasons. One is the control. They no longer have to work rostered hours, and the more that they work, the more that they earn. And I believe that this is a challenge for us in our industry. Even here in Sabah, Malaysia, we may not be at the same, have the same disparity as US or Australia, but I believe that the trend certainly will continue, and this is something that we need to address as an industry.
Okay, thank you very much. Miss Fiona, yes. Okay, let me check the schedule first. Okay, so yes, thank you very much to the General Manager of Shangri-La Rasaria Kota Kinabalu, Miss Fiona. So we go to our final presentation for today. Yeah. So our final presenter for today is Mr. Jonis Mogirom, President of Sabah Homestay Association. Mr. Jonis holds a Bachelor of Environmental Science, and he is the President of the Sabah Homestay Association since 2013. In addition, he is also a current EXCO member of Malaysia Kampung Stay and Homestay Association, owner and director of Tanah Nabalu Homestay, EXCO member of Sabah Tourism Federation Association, chairman Community Based Tourism Ecotourism Taman Kinabalu Community. For today's conference, Mr. Jonis will be sharing with us a topic on issues and challenges faced by homestay operators in post-COVID-19 in Sabah. Mr. Jonis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, MC. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, thank you. Kofi Basian, very good afternoon to everyone and to all the participants. And first of all, I would like to thank for the organizer, especially for Professor Jennifer for inviting me to present on issues and challenges faced by homestay operator in post-COVID-19 in Sabah. I think this is the last presentation, and I can see my all. Yes. The content of my presentation includes the introduction, the issues and challenge, and a way forward or suggestion in the conclusion. This for the introduction, I want to talk a little bit about the homes in Malaysia. Let's get to know some fact about the homestay in Malaysia. There are 223 homestay cluster registered with MOTEC in all over Malaysia, with 372 villages and 4,305 homestay operators, with the total rooms. Total homestay room is 6,108.
Mr. Jonis.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing the slides presentation? Because we couldn't see any presentation here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I. Okay. Can you see the presentation right now? Okay, sorry.
Okay, great. Yes, we can see it now. Yeah, thank you.
So back to this slide. Can you see? Yeah. Okay, this data, the newest data from MOTEC is of August 2021. And in Sabah, we have 32 cluster homestay registered with MOTIC, participated by 52 villages and 436 homestay operators with 756 rooms. You can see from this table. And this is the list of 32 homestays in Sabah in 15 districts in Sabah. This is some pictures of the homestay. We have homestay in Long Pasir, in Sepitang district, Kudat, Kutablut, Tambunan Kiulu. So Beaufort, Kuala Ponyo, and we have 2 homestay registered in Inanam, in the Kota Kinabalu city. And also we have 4 homestay in Kinabatangan area or district, and 2 homestay registered in Lahadatuk district. Moving on, this is the table show the total of tourist arrival received from 2012 to 2020. This table also show the increasing pattern in terms of tourist arrival in the total income. However, if you
Mr.
see
Jonis, yeah, sorry to interrupt again. Yeah, there is a request from audience. They would like to see the slide in the full slideshow.
Oh,
yeah.
Now,
we still cannot see the full slideshow.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think I need help.
Yeah, yeah. I will ask the secretary team if they can share your slide. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay,
So
thank you,
can
Ms.
continue.
Harnita.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johannes. Yeah.
Yeah. Next. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Back to this slide. If you see this total tourist arrival and received from 2012 and 22, you see next. You see next. Yeah. And we see that there are sharp decline in terms of tourist arrival and in the total income. This is effect on the pandemic. I think everybody know, and all the tourism activities had been closed. Next. Next. Yeah, thank you. If you can see on this table, in Sabah alone, since 2016, the tourist arrival and the total income has increased, but experienced a significant reduction in 2020. You can see the figure. Next. I think our presentation this afternoon is very straightforward. Next, please. Yes. The next table shows the arrival of tourists in 2020, 2021. We can see that the arrival tourists, but only among domestic tourists. The arrival of international tourists is very little. You can see here in Sabah, we only received a total of 2 international tourists and 9,848 domestic tourists. And from there, the total of income is nearly 470,000 ringgit total income received by Sabah Homestay. Next. And the world has changed. Everybody know it. The pandemic has affected almost every sector in Malaysia in terms of economy, social, education, politics, biological, healthy, and safety. Next. If you can see on this circle, I think when the pandemic is hit, the whole system are affected, and no exception for those who are involved in the tourism industry. We are impacted really bad by the pandemic. Next. The next slide, I'm going to show some of the activities in homestay during the MCO. Next, please. This is a picture from the Guas Nabalo homestay. I think Mr. Hunter also here. He's joined the meeting right now. This homestay operator, they are growing, processing Arabica coffee bean in one of the activities beside being involved in the homestay program since 2017. And during this MCO, the demand for this product is quite good, and Mountain Kinabalu coffee is one of the product, delicious and tastiest coffee in Sabah. Next, they doing a very good promotion during this time. You can see this is the packaging of the mountain coffee, belong to Guas Nabalu, belong to Hunter. Yes, next. And you can see this picture also from Sunsuran Village Homestay. They promote the local food and homestay activity during the MCO. They doing the cooking program, and they share in the media social media. Next. Apart from that, this is activities in Sri Serbang. They're doing rubber taping, growing chilies, bagang. Next. Yeah, this is chilies, also bagang, and this project is focusing in Kobe's production, and the project is carried out by the homestay operator in Sri Serbang. Next. This is also one of the project in Sri Serbang. As you can see the picture, the owner of catfish project speeding his fish, catfish in the pond. Next. And this is new develop a new tourism product in Napungok Homestay. Napungok Homestay is in Kota Bulud. The project is given by Sabah Tourism in the Sabah Deal project, and as you can see, the project already finished. Okay, next. This is a homestay operator in Tanak Nabalo. The growing paddy field along the MCO. I think at least they produce their own food, and I think it's very encouraging because before this pandemic, they receive foreign tourists every week. But now, for over years, there has been no income for the from the tourist activity. Next. For this presentation, I have been asked to touch on issues and challenges faced by homestay operator in Sabah in the post-pandemic, and a list of these issues and challenges is obtained from the several